followed by the 67 of Matt Owings, the 09 of Dawson Moore, Derek Miller in the 17. The 19 is Paul Turner, Stoney Dubois, and Austin Turner. Green flag waving. Up next is the LED for Life Limited Modifieds for their first hot lap session. Zane Goff driving the 42 car from Livingston, Texas. The 17 is Austin Storm, followed by the 78 of Braylon Dusang. Baron Prince looks like Tracy Denby Jr. in the 15 car. Josh Bauckham, Brandon Miller, Cliff Burnett, Colby Collins, Ricky Burke Jr. is the field. Checker flag waving on hot lap session number 2 for the LED for Life Limited Modifieds. Rolling off of the Speedway in turn number 1, the 69 of Derek Grigsby, followed by the 47cc of Connor Williams. Chase Hatton in the 210. The 0B is Hayden Beckham. The 7 of Chad Morgan, followed by Stephen Guidry in the K1. The K9 of Mark Underwood Jr. Brent Tidwell in the 20. The 99H of Danny Hebert. Jacob McRae in the 25J. And the 2 of CJ Howell. Rolling on to the Speedway, the 36C is Connor Mewborn, followed by the L17 of Logan Griffin. The 21 is Jacob Fricks. The 4T, Brandon Tullis. The 2-3 will be driven by Cody Tupper, followed by the 7 of Nathan Gaines. The 91 is Ronnie Freeland, I believe. The C12 of Chris Hall, followed by J.D. Ammons in the 00. And finally, the 36 of Colby Mewborn, the defending track champion in the LED for Life Limited Modifieds. Checker flag waving on the third hot lap session for the LED for Life Limited Modifieds, and I must make a correction. The 91 is driven by Chris Freeland, not Ronnie. That's Chris Freeland in the 91. Here is the Frazier Accounting Crate Racing USA late models rolling out of turn number 4. From Baytown, Texas, the 25 is Little Robbie Starnes. Behind him from Pitkin, Louisiana, the Thunder Valley Speedway track point leader is Zachary Heflin in the 21X. Behind him from Sweet Lake, Louisiana, the 78 is Wyatt Wilkerson, followed by the 39 of Braden Robinson from Heflin, Louisiana. The 7S, that's going to be Brent Stewart from Houghton, Louisiana. The 485 of Tony Lindsay from Keithville. The 24 of Garen Lindsay, also Keithville. The 17 and 15, that is Jarrett and Clayton Stuckey out of Shreveport. Followed by the DP 21 of Dalton Patrick from West Monroe. Checkered flag waving on the second hot lap session for the Fraser Accounting Crate Racing USA late models. Pulling off at turn number 1 from Texarkana, Arkansas. That's the B17 of Brandon Ball, followed by the 6X of Rob Litton from Alexandria, Louisiana. Seth Trawick in the 3. He's out of West Monroe. The 54G of Garrett Gibson from Houghton. The B89 is Dakota Smith. He's from Winfield, Louisiana, followed by the 1 of Kevin Sitton from Baytown, Texas. The 8 of Jody Reap is from El Dorado, Arkansas. The P52 of Peyton Brown from Calhoun, Louisiana. The 57 of Chad DuPont. The 57A of Austin DuPont out of Bossier City. On to the Speedway rolls the next group. And the first car out from West Monroe, Louisiana, the 27 of Chase Del Rio. Behind him from Minden, Louisiana, the 11C is Jeff Chandler, followed by Jamie Burford from Keachai, Louisiana in the 19. The 5Y is Robert Young from Houghton, Louisiana. And the 71 of Corey Neal Jr. out of Bridge City, Texas. Caleb Dillard from Manny in the 18. The 6D is Rick Duke from Ball, Louisiana. The 51 of Tyler Burnett out of Eros, Louisiana. And the 21 of David Winslet from Bossier City. The 9R is Barron Prince. He's from Houghton, Louisiana. And the 5 of John Mitchell from Texarkana, Texas. Onto the track rolls the Pro Mods. The first car out, the defending track champion from Shreveport, the 27 of Mike Washburn, followed by his son-in-law, B.J. Cook, the 43J from Mooringsport, Louisiana. The 99 of Milton Braun is from Longview, Texas. The 199 of Josh Warren from Shreveport, followed by the 84 of Dakota Tutt out of Carthage, Texas. Glenn Lindsay from Keithville in the G25. The 88 is going to be Justin Jones from Hallsville, Texas. Also in that hot lap session from Keithville, the 27L will be driven by Carl Lindsay. On to the Speedway now, hot lap session number 2 for the Pro Mods. The B99 of William Brooks from Carthage, Texas, followed by the T11 from Jacob Toomey, also from Carthage, Texas. The Lazy 8 of Chase Hatton out of DeBerry, Texas, and the 515. Out onto the track rolls the front-wheel drive, 4 cylinders. The first car out from Halton, Louisiana, the 05 of Luke DuPont. The 06 of Jack DuPont is from Halton, Louisiana, from Shreveport, Louisiana. The 25 of Hunter Armstrong from Blanchard. The 814 is going to be David Tollison out of Karnak, Texas. The 46 is Jackson Gallagher. He's from Benton, Louisiana. The 1N is going to be driven by Dylan Neal. He's from Houghton. The 4A will be Jamie Krudoff down the back straightaway. He's from Houghton as well. The 21 is Amanda Cook from Vivian. The C73, Daniel Thompson from Mesquite, Texas. And the F5 of Ben McDuff out of Stonewall, Louisiana. Yes, sir. Onto the track rolled the Sportsters, the Triple X of Brittany Graham from Shreveport, the 194 of John McCune from Stonewall, and the 49 of Chad Porter from Longview, Texas. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting our crate late models lined up to do their qualifying, but before that, we will do our opening ceremonies. So we ask that you please rise and remove your hats as we pray the invocation and sing the Star-Spangled Banner. Please bow your head in prayer with me. Father God, your word says in John chapter 14, Jesus said to him, I am the way and the truth and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. Father God, these words come straight from the Lord Jesus Christ's mouth. He says that there is no way to be right with God the Father but through him. Lord, we thank you tonight for the sacrifice that Christ made on our behalf. Lord, we're dead in our sin, but you made a way for us to be brought into the family of God by sending Christ to die for the punishment that we deserved. And Lord, all we must do is repent of our sin and turn to you and trust in you to provide everything necessary for our salvation. And we thank you for that truth, and we pray tonight that we would live by it, that we would honor you through it, and we pray that you would keep us safe as we do so. In Christ's holy and precious name, amen. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we've hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we've watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? All right, folks, we've got 31 of the fastest Fraser Accounting Crate Racing USA late models in the house tonight, battling for $3,000 to win as part of the 8th annual Battle of Boothill. Here's how we will do it. Each driver will get 2 qualifying laps. We will time those laps, and they will have their best lap represented in the lineup for the heat races. So your fastest car in Group 1 will start on the pole of heat race number 1. We will line up our heat races accordingly throughout the qualifying field, and through the heat races we will take the top 3 cars into the feature race. Everyone else will have to race their way through a B feature. We are getting set to go for the Crate Late Model qualifying. The first car from Baytown, Texas, the First Class Septic Day Motorsports 77 Incorporated Rocket XR1 chassis, number 25 of Robbie Starnes. And your second car is from Houghton, Louisiana, in the Young Home Design Stewart Electric PBK Farms Masters Built chassis, number 5Y of Robert Young. Robbie Starnes sets the pace at a 15.000, 15 seconds right on the dot. Robert Young with a 15.441. Checker flag waving for Robbie Starnes. 14.543. A 14.543 is going to set the point. And Robert Young faster on his second lap with a 15.234. So a 14.543 is the fastest time thus far. Robbie Starnes, in 7 starts, he has 3 top 5s and 4 top 10 finishes on the year. Robert Young, the 5Y, in 4 starts, he has 2 top 10s. Next driver to take the clock is from Manny, Louisiana. He drives the Powell & Sons, bodies by Donnie, Super S Oils, MB Customs by K. Dillard Racing, number 18, Caleb Dillard. And behind him from Texarkana, Arkansas, the AB Performance, Bubba Green Towing, Joel Ball Logging, Black Diamond Chassis, number B17 of Brandon Ball. Lap number 1 for Caleb Dillard is third quick, a 15.446. And that will be second quick for Brandon Ball, a 15.021 for Brandon Ball. Brandon Ball has 2 wins on the year. Caleb Dillard with 1. Dillard's second lap a little faster, but still third quick, a 15.072. And Brandon Ball, second lap not as good. He will stick with a 15.021 at the second place position. Again, Caleb Dillard, 1 win on the year, came right here at Boothill Speedway in the Crate Late Models, and Brandon Ball has 2 wins at his home track of 67 Speedway in Texarkana. Your next group of drivers. First up from Baytown, Texas, in the Mirage Industrial Group, Capano Poozlin Spalls, Tradigen Suspension, Longhorn Chassis, number 1 of Kevin Sitton. And behind him from Bridge City, Texas, in the Breezy Speed Specialties, Curtis & Son Company's First Class Septic MB Customs, number 71 of Corey Neal Jr. Kevin Sitton has a pair of wins, both coming at Sabine Speedway. In 10 starts, he has 6 top 5s and 6 top 10s. His first lap, second quick, a 14.687 for Kevin Sitton. First lap for Corey Neal Jr. will be 5th quick, a 15.203. Kevin Sitton's second lap not as good. He'll stay in the second spot. And Corey Neal Jr. unable to get a better lap the second time around as well. He is 5th quick. Corey Neal Jr. in 8 starts. Corey Neal Jr. making his weekend debut in the Crate Late Models this weekend. Last night he ran at Sabine Speedway and got a top 10 finish. In 1 start, he's got 1 top 10. Next up from Houghton, Louisiana, in the Arclitect Shop Builders, Arclitect's Garage Doors, A-Mark Metals, Black Diamond Chassis, number 9R, that's Baron Prince. And it looks like we've got problems for the number 3 out of West Monroe, the Salt Racks Mosquito Authority Autoplex Automotive Rocket Chassis of Seth Trawick. Going to have to give them another warm-up lap as the 3 was unable to fire coming out of the infield. Baron Prince has done pretty well this season. In 9 starts, he has 3 top 5s and 6 top 10s in the Crate Late Models. Seth Trawick has 8 starts, 2 top 5s and 4 top 10s. Green flag now waving for the 9R of Baron Prince. He's done quite a bit of limited modified and open wheel modified racing this season, as well as the late model. Getting a lot of experience in a lot of different race cars. First lap for Baron Prince will be 5th quick, a 15.115 for Baron Prince. And Seth Trawick will be right behind, 6th quick, a 15.176 for Trawick. Second lap for Baron Prince. That will be 3rd quick for the youngster out of Houghton, Louisiana. A 14.999 for Barron Prince. Second lap for Trawick, not as good. He's still in the 6th spot with a 15.176. The time to beat so far still Robbie Starnes with a 14.543 in group number 1. Kevin Sitton sitting in second with a 14.687, followed by Barron Prince at a 14.999. The next driver comes to us from Heflin, Louisiana. Aboard the Pafford Air 1 Morgan Plumbing Main Street Barber Black Diamond Chassis, number 39 of Braden Robinson. And from West Monroe, Louisiana, the Bulletproof Tees McMillan Heating and Air Johnsville LLC Longhorn Chassis, number 27 of Chase Del Rio. First lap for Braden Robinson. That will be 9th quick, a 15.768 for Robinson. And Chase Del Rio, 4th quick into the top 4 of 15 seconds on the dot. 15.000 for Chase Del Rio. Second lap for Braden Robinson, better. He's 7th quick with a 15.119. Second lap for Chase Del Rio. He improves by 1 spot with a 14.970. Chase Del Rio now 3rd quick. Braden Robinson, the 39, has 1 top 5, 1 top 10 in 2 starts this season. Chase Del Rio in 4 starts has 3 top 5s and 3 top 10s. Next up will be the driver out of Calhoun, Louisiana, driving the Joey Brown Plumbing, Chris Johnson Consulting, Brown's Engineering Race Engines, Rocket XR1 chassis number P52 of Peyton Brown. He's also the Super B Speedway point leader at the moment. And your second car is from Houghton, Louisiana, the Antler Shed Deer Stand Stewart Electric Young Home Designs Rocket Chassis number 7S of Brent Stewart. Looked like there might have been a problem on the exit for Peyton Brown. He will be 12th quick. Brent Stewart, 11th quick, a 15.371. Peyton Brown's first time was an 18.908. Checkered flag waving. Peyton Brown will improve to an 11th spot, 15.308. And Brent Stewart with a 15.371 will be 12th fastest so far. In 9 starts, Peyton Brown has 3 top 5s and 6 top 10s. Again, the current point leader at Super B Speedway in Chatham, Louisiana. Brent Stewart has a top 5 and 2 top 10s in 3 starts on the year. Going next from Minden, Louisiana, it's going to be the Mako Oilfield Services number 11C of Jeff Chandler. And behind him from Keithville, the Equipment Incorporated Warrior Chassis by Game Over number 485 of Tony Lindsay. First lap for Jeff Chandler is going to be 11th quick, 15.237. And Tony Lindsay 3rd quick at a 14.767. 14.767 for Tony Lindsay. Second lap for Jeff Chandler, much improved. He's 7th fastest, a 15.037. And Tony Lindsay's second lap, not any better. His first lap, a 14.767, will be 3rd fastest. Still Robbie Starnes at the top with just a pair of drivers remaining for group qualifying session number 1. Up next, we have from Ball, Louisiana, the Plexus Worldwide Schaefer's Racing Oil, TWM Racing Products, Rocket XR1 by Litton, number 60 of Rick Duke. And behind him, the defending track champion in the Fraser County Crate Racing USA late models from Keachai, Louisiana, the Tommy Dowden Logging Rawhide LLC Double L Kennels Black Diamond Chassis, number 19 of Jamie Burford. First lap for Rick Duke was 8th quick, 15.072 for Rick Duke. Jamie Burford's first lap is 13th quick, a 15.231. Rick Duke, 8th fastest, 15.072. That was his first lap. And Jamie Burford, 13th, with a 15.231. Track appears to be slowing down just a little bit. So that will conclude group number 1 for qualifying. Robbie Starnes was your fastest driver. The 71 of Corey Neal Jr. was light at the scales, so he'll have to take the 16th spot in qualifying. I believe Kevin Sitton was in the 2nd spot, and Tony Lindsay in 3rd. Cars beginning to roll for group number 2. And the first car from West Monroe, Louisiana in the West Washita Mobile Home Park R&R Logistics Duncan Upholstery. Black Diamond chassis number DP21 of Dalton Patrick. And from Keithville in the Cover 6 Outdoors, Dennis Berry Tile and Flooring, Tim Bates Painting 28 Special Chassis number 24 of Garen Lindsay. So far this year, Dalton Patrick has 6 starts, 4 top 5s, and 6 top 10s. He's going to set the pace with a 15.232 for Dalton Patrick. First lap for Garen Lindsay, not as good as Patrick, so it'll be a 15.258 for second quick. Very close lap times there. Second lap not as good for Dalton Patrick. quick time for Karen Lindsay. A 15.015 will set the pace for the rest of this group. A 15.015 for Karen Lindsay. The next driver will come to us from Shreveport in the advanced powder coating Lucas Oil Sunoco Race Fuels Black Diamond Chassis number 17. That is Jarrett Stuckey. And behind him from Pitkin, Louisiana in the 4K Cattle Company ELE Construction, El Fontanos Trucking, Indy Customs by K. Dillard Racing. Number 21X is Zachary Heflin. So far this season, Jarrett Stuckey has 3 top 5s, 3 top 10s in 3 starts. So every start he's made, he's ended up in the top 5 in crate late model competition. His lap is 3rd quick, a 15.266, and Zach Heflin will be 4th quick, a 15.566. Checkered flag waving for Jarrett Stuckey. He'll stay 3rd quick. 2nd lap not as good, and here comes the Thunder Valley Speedway point leader. His 2nd lap faster, but not able to move out of the 4th spot. 15.551 for Zachary Heflin. Zachary Heflin has 8 starts, 2 wins, 7 top 5s. Next driver to clock in is from Sweet Lake, Louisiana, driving the Wilkerson Transportation, Cajun Pools and Spas, racing for Tanner, MB Customs Race Cars, number 78 of Wyatt Wilkerson. And behind him, he's got 1 win on the season here at Boothill. From Houghton, Louisiana, aboard the advanced powder coating Alexander Motorsports Razor Services Black Diamond Chassis, number 54G of Garrett Gibson. First lap for Wyatt Wilkerson, 4th quick, a 15.419 for Wilkerson. And Garrett Gibson 2nd quick at a 15.215, just 0.2 off of the point. Wyatt Wilkerson 2nd lap, not as good. He's 5th quick, a 15.419 from his first lap. One more try for Garrett Gibson, and that one won't be enough. He'll stay in the 2nd spot behind Karen Lindsay. Our next driver comes from El Dorado, Arkansas in the CP&P Construction Chris Reed Logging R2X Racing Black Diamond Chassis number 8 of Jody Reap. And from Winfield, Louisiana in the A Squared Specialty Services, Pharmacy Services, Crawfish Hole of Natchitoches, Rocket XR1 by Litton, number B89 of Dakota Smith. Jody Reap in 2 starts has 2 top 10s this season. Dakota Smith in 5 starts has 5 top 10s and 3 top 5s. First lap for Reap is going to be 6th quick, a 15.519. Coming around to grab the white flag, Dakota Smith with a 15.768. That's 8th quick. Jody Reap will stay 6th. 2nd lap not as good. And Dakota Smith unable to improve as well in the B89. He is 8th quick. So far, Karen Lindsay at the top of the board, Garrett Gibson in 2nd, Dalton Patrick 3rd, Jarrett Stuckey and Wyatt Wilkerson rounding out your top 5. Next up, the 4-time Southern United Professional Racing Series champion from Alexandria, Louisiana in the Wise Arms LLC First Class Septic Blackout Power Rocket XR1 by Litton, number 6X of Rob Litton. And behind him from Eros, Louisiana, piloting the Bobby's Body Shop, Borders, Heart, Lung, and Vascular Clinic, Hardtown Fast Graphics, number 51 of Tyler Burnett. Quick time at a 15.002 for Rob Litton. First lap for Tyler Burnett, 6th fastest, a 15.361. And here comes the checkered flag. 2nd lap, faster for Rob Litton, a 14.913. 14.913 for Rob Litton. Tyler Burnett, 4th quick on his 2nd lap, a 15.229. That will knock Jarrett Stuckey and Wyatt Wilkerson out of the top 5 in the qualifying for group number 2. Rob Litton on the year has 2 wins in 9 starts, all top 10s and 8 top 5s. Our next pair of drivers, both from Bossier City, driving Louisiana Pumping Service Bayou Dirtworks Red River Pump Black Diamond chassis. It's the 57 of Chad DuPont and the 57A of Austin DuPont. Chad on the season has 1 top 10 in 2 starts, and Austin with 5 top 5s, 6 top 10s in 6 starts, all here at Boothill Speedway. First lap for Chad will be 7th quick, a 15.314. And the first lap for Austin is going to be 10th quick, a 15.527. Chad DuPont second lap, 4th quick at a 15.220. And Austin DuPont not able to improve on his second lap. He's 10th quick, a 15.527. Next driver to clock in is from Texarkana, Texas, driving the W&W Timber Healthcare Express Tommy Dowden logging Rocket XR1 chassis number 5, the Catman John Mitchell. And behind him from Shreveport in the advanced powder coating Lucas Oil Sunoco Race Fuels Black Diamond chassis number 15 of Clayton Stuckey. On the season, John Mitchell has 1 crate start. He got a top 5 in it. 3rd place last night at 67 Speedway. And Clayton Stuckey has 16 starts, 5 top 5s, and 10 top 10s. First lap for John Mitchell, 3rd fastest at a 15.192. First lap for Clayton Stuckey, 10th fastest, 15.463. Second lap for John Mitchell, faster but still 3rd quick, a 15.153. And checkered flag waving for Clayton Stuckey. He improves to 8th quick with a 15.251. And your final driver to clock in is from Bossier City, Louisiana, in the Yard Services Stuckey Enterprises Allen's Automotive Black Diamond chassis. The 4-time winner here at the Hill. He has won 4 of the last 5 events. It's David Winslet. In 7 starts on the year, he's got all top 10s, 6 top 5s, and 4 wins. White flag coming out, first lap for David Winslet. 3rd quick at a 15.089. 3rd quick for Winslet on his first lap. He'll try to improve as he rolls through 3 and 4, checkered flag waving. Second lap not as good. David Winslet will come home 3rd with a 15.089. So group number 2, your top 5, Rob Litton, fastest time overall. Fastest time in group 2 of 14.913. Garen Lindsay, 2nd quick. David Winslet in 3rd. John Mitchell in 4th. And Garrett Gibson rounds out the top 5. Skylar Sims, I need you to report to the concession stand, please. You've lost a personal item there. Skylar Sims to the concession stand. All right, folks, hot laps are complete. Qualifying for the late models is complete, and it is now time for your qualifying heat races for the Granger Equipment Factory Stocks. This will be the first of 4. We're going 8 laps in distance, and the top 4 cars will advance to the Factory Stock main event tonight. Here's your starting lineup. On the pole from Longview, Texas, in the Twin City Towing Harvey Toyota PTS Race Engines Outlaw Race Cars number 81 of Ricky Ingalls. On the outside, out of Ashdown, Arkansas, in the Naaman's Championship Barbecue Right Way Machine Shop, Alex Turner Engines Outlaw Race Cars number 19 of Paul Turner. Your third starter is from Jonesboro, Louisiana. Aboard the Woodrow Low Trucking, Dustin Routon Tracks Photography, Cap Roofing, Dominator Chassis number 5T of Dwayne Turner. And behind him, from Lake Charles, Louisiana, in the Incredible Edibles Snowballs, Club 20 Suspension, Dautrails Plumbing, F1 Racing Engines number 5M of Michael Harlow. Your fifth starter comes from Bastrop, Louisiana, behind the wheel of the CCR Converters, Freeland Land Services, UFO Motorsports, Express Race Cars, number 09 of Dawson Moore. And to the outside, out of Minden, Louisiana, in Chad's Auto and Exhaust, Hunter's Body Shop, PTS Race Engines, Fast Unit Race Cars, number 53 of Hayden Brown. Your seventh starter is from Minden, Louisiana, in the Automotive Solutions CB Raceworks, Chad's Auto and Exhaust, Outlaw Race Cars, number 65 of Michael Turner. And to the outside of him, from Amity, Arkansas, driving the 35M, will be TJ McCarty. At the tail of the field from Longview, Texas, in the Athletic Performance Texas, Hitman Designs, number 67 of Matt Owings. Looks like we're missing the 19 of Paul Turner, scheduled to start on the outside pole. But the lights are out. We're going to go without him. Ricky Ingalls, Michael Harlow, Dwayne Turner, Hayden Brown, Dawson Moore, TJ McCarty, Michael Turner, and Matt Owings. Lights are out. Who's going to start on the pole of tonight's feature for the Granger Equipment Factory Stocks? The winner will do so. Green flag in the air, and here we go racing at the Battle of Boothill. Ricky Ingalls leads the field through 1 and 2, and down the back straightaway. There's a side-by-side duel for the second spot. Hayden Brown down on the bottom side of the speedway, trying to get around the 5M of Michael Harlow. Harlow will hold on to the second spot as they cross the stripe underneath the ABC Auto Parts flag stand for the first time. Hayden Brown with a good run coming out of turn number 2, and he'll peek his nose in front of Michael Harlow for second. So Ricky Ingalls, your race leader. Hayden Brown in second. Michael Harlow in third. And Dwayne Turner in the fourth and final transfer spot at the moment. Dawson Moore, Michael Turner, Matt Owings rounding out the field as TJ McCarty is into the infield in the 35M. We are halfway home, 4 laps complete and 4 laps to go as cars continue to distance themselves from each other. No particularly good battles on the racetrack right now with 4 laps gone and 4 laps to go. Ricky Ingalls continues to lead with about a 15 car length advantage over Hayden Brown as they roll through the corners, nearly a whole straightaway ahead of second place. Hayden Brown, I believe in his second season of racing, holds the second spot. Michael Harlow, he's a rookie, very first year in a race car. And we got 2 laps to go. They're both trying to find themselves in transfer spots at the end of this race. Here comes a battle for the fourth and final transfer spot. Dawson Moore gaining ground on the 5T of Dwayne Turner. Michael Turner also not too far out of it. White flag in the air for Ricky Ingalls. 1 lap to go in heat race number 1 for the Granger Equipment Factory Stocks. Out of turn number 4, Dwayne Turner on the top. Here comes Dawson Moore to the inside. He's going to make it a battle for the fourth and final transfer spot. Checkered flag coming out. Ricky Ingalls will take the win, and we've got problems. Dawson Moore spins out trying to pass the 5T of Dwayne Turner. He'll lose that spot. Hayden Brown comes home second. Third place will be Michael Harlow, and Dwayne Turner will hold on in the fourth and final transfer spot. So your 4 advancing cars in fourth from Jonesboro, Louisiana, the 5T of Dwayne Turner. Third place from Lake Charles, Louisiana, the 5M of Michael Harlow. Second place from Minden, Louisiana, the 53 of Hayden Brown. And taking the win from Longview, Texas, it's Ricky Ingalls. Heat race number 2 for the Granger Equipment Factory Stocks will line up in this way. On the pole from Jonesboro, Louisiana, aboard the Woodrow Low Trucking, Mark Kennedy Plumbing, PTS Race Engines, Laser Race Cars number L1 of Ben Leedy. On the outside from Laneville, Texas, in the Kirby floor covering Miller's Automotive 3D Motorsports Ratchet Chassis number 2K of Nicholas Kirby. From Shreveport, the W&W Timber Hitman Designs, WCH Racing Engines, Dominator Race Cars number XXX is Sean Graham. And from Longview, Texas, the Twin City Towing All Property Services, PTS Racing Engines, Laser Race Cars number 10X of Jason Ingalls. Joshua Martin, Stoney Dubois, Josh Milliken, and Michael Hale will bring us to the green flag for heat race number 2 for the Granger Equipment Factory Stocks. Ben Leedy leads the field down into 1 and 2. They shuffle through the corners, and it's a 3-wide battle down the back straightaway. Sean Graham has his nose out in front for second, but here comes Jason Ingalls to the inside in the 10X. Ben Leedy will lead lap number 1. Sean Graham in second. Jason Ingalls in third. Nicholas Kirby in that fourth and final transfer spot. He's going to get a little bit loose through the corners. Joshua Martin able to squeeze by, but we've got a caution flag. Looks like a large piece of debris at the top of turn number 1. Granger Equipment strives to provide quality machines at a competitive price. We not only inventory equipment, but also stock a large inventory of parts and supplies to keep our customers' forestry and construction jobs running smoothly and efficiently. Give Garrett Granger a call at 318-255-5074. That's 318-255-5074. Special thanks to Granger Equipment, the title sponsor of the Factory Stock Division here at Boothill Speedway. We have 1 lap complete and 7 laps to go. Ben Leedy, your race leader. Sean Graham chooses the bottom for the Texas-style restart, and the green flag flies. Sean Graham duking it out with Jason Ingalls. Ingalls may have tapped the wall down the back straightaway. They roll into turn number 3. Sean Graham slides up, washing up the racetrack. Here comes Jason Ingalls to the inside. They're going to go wheel to wheel down the front stretch. They cross the ABC Auto Parts flag stand, and Sean Graham had the second spot. Jason Ingalls going to race him for it, and he's got it. Sean Graham into the wall off of turn number 2 and down the back stretch. Sean Graham fell back about 3 positions on that lap. Ben Leedy, your race leader. Jason Ingalls, Joshua Martin, and Nicholas Kirby in the 4th and final transfer spot. Sean Graham right there, 1 spot out, looking in. Peeks to the inside of Nicholas Kirby. They're going to go side by side down the back stretch and into turn number 3. Here comes Graham, knocking on the door for the final transfer spot, but he wants more than that. 4 laps down and 4 to go. Kirby still in 4th. Sean Graham with a little bit of a door slam as they enter turn number 1, and Graham's going to get crossed up, spins it out in 1 and 2. He'll pull into the infield. We will stay green. 3 laps to go this time for Ben Leedy. We got 2 to go for the L1, the Woodrow Lowe Trucking number L1 Ben Leedy. The Twin City Towing 10X of Jason Ingalls, the J&M Sandblasting number 88M of Joshua Martin, and the Kirby Floor Covering number 2K of Nicholas Kirby. White flag in the air, 1 lap to go. Stoney Dubois, the first car out of the transfer spot. He's got a lot of ground to make up in 1 lap. Off of turn number 2 and down the back straightaway into 3 and 4 for the final time. Checkers flying. He's going to start on the outside pole tonight. Ben Leedy wins heat race number 2. Jason Ingalls in 2nd. 3rd is Joshua Martin. 4th is Nicholas Kirby in the final transfer spot. So your top 4 cars. In 4th from Laneville, Texas, the 2K of Nicholas Kirby. 3rd place from Colfax, Louisiana, the 88M of Joshua Martin. 2nd place from Longview, Texas, the 10X of Jason Ingalls. And taking the win from Jonesboro, Louisiana, the L1 of Ben Leedy. Heat race number 3 for the Granger Equipment Factory stocks will line up like this. On the pole from Vivian, Louisiana, in the Deer Springs Enterprise 10-man recycling, Dave's Racing Engines number 9C of Cole Cook. On the outside from Wascom, Texas, driving the PTS Race Engines bootlegger race cars number 68 of James Martin. To the inside of row number 2 out of Ashdown, Arkansas, piloting the Herald's Transmission Right Way Machine Shop Club 20 Suspension Carver Race Cars number 15 of Austin Turner. To the outside out of Kilgore, Texas, the Nortex Hot C Mobag Suspension Technology Outlaw Race Cars number 17 of Derek Miller. And your 5th starter is from Manning, Louisiana, driving the Mizell Transportation Club 20 Suspension Shipley Motorsports Engines Outlaw Race Cars number 32 of Jason Ford. To his outside from Carthage, Texas, behind the wheel of the Action Towing JEK Auto Parts Phantom Chassis number 14 is Ryan Murray. From Sarepta, Louisiana, you will find the C8 of Jeremy Crumpler, sponsored by Titan Custom Floors. And from Texarkana, Arkansas, the 10K of Tracy Corp. We are green flag racing for heat race number 3. Winner of this heat race will start on the inside of row number 2 for tonight's feature race. James Martin will lead the field into turn number 3. Austin Turner right there. Jason Ford around the outside in the 32 car. Here comes Ford trying to race with James Martin for the lead. Off of turn 2, Jason Ford has a good run down the back straightaway on the outside of James Martin. Coming off of turn number 4, Jason Ford takes the race lead. The 32 is your new race leader. James Martin in second. Third place is Austin Turner. Jeremy Crumpler going to get into the side of Turner. That's going to knock him loose and allow 2 cars to get by. That's Derek Miller and now Tracy Corp in the 4th and final transfer spot. Jason Ford, James Martin, Derek Miller, Tracy Corp, your top 4. Ryan Murray, Austin Turner, and Jeremy Crumpler rounding out the field. Here we go, cross flags, 4 laps down and 4 to go. Three-car battle for not last. The 15 of Austin Turner, the 14 of Ryan Murray, and the C8 of Jeremy Crumpler. Best battle on the racetrack with 2 laps to go. But here comes Derek Miller looking to the inside of James Martin. He's going to get into him, and Martin's going to go around. Caution flag waving. A good battle turned south there in turns 1 and 2. And the caution flag waves. Looks like we got the black flag out for the 17 of Derek Miller. He'll be dismissed from the remainder of this competition. I'm guessing the 17 of Derek Miller not officially black flagged and dismissed. He'll just be sent to the tail of the field. 68 of James Martin will retain his second place running position. The lights are out. We're going green in turn number 4 next to the tractor tire with the cone. Jason Ford, your race leader from Manny, Louisiana. James Martin from Wascom, Texas, and Tracy Corp from Texarkana, Arkansas. Green flag in the air. Austin Turner now going to the inside of James Martin, looking for the 3rd spot as Tracy Corp able to solidify 2nd place on that restart. White flag in the air. We've got 1 lap to go. The 15 of Austin Turner holds the 4th and final transfer spot. Jeremy Crumpler right on the outside looking in, and Derek Miller there as well. Off the back straightaway into turn number 3. Coming around to grab the checkered flag. Your winner, Jason Ford. Tracy Corp in second. Third is James Martin, and Austin Turner will hold on for the 4th and final transfer spot. So your top 4 cars: in 4th from Ashdown, Arkansas, the 15 of Austin Turner. 3rd place from Wascom, Texas, the 68 of James Martin. 2nd place from Texarkana, Arkansas, the 10K of Tracy Corp. And taking the win from Manny, Louisiana, the 32 of Jason Ford. The 4th and final heat race for the Granger Equipment Factory stocks will line up like this. On the pole from Robeline, Louisiana, in the Cane River Waterslide, Perro Consulting, Best Engines, Outlaw Race Cars, number D55 of Dalton Dubois. To his outside, out of Marshall, Texas, in the Rollos Auto Sales, Mobag Suspension Technology, Rick Sisk Racing Engines, Laser Race Cars, number 22 of Dustin Hennigan. Your 3rd starter is from Burleson, Texas, driving the Pit Stop Cafe, Performance Transmissions, EJ Towing, BMF Chassis, number 54R of Brett McMillan. And to the outside from Longview, Texas, in the Jeff Zimmerman Racing 3D Motorsports Dominator Chassis, number 67 of Chris Weatherford. From Minden, Louisiana, the 7C will be Chris Burrows. Charlie Krudoff is back behind the wheel of the D27 from Houghton, Louisiana. The 27G of Kate Gailey from Stonewall, and Bossier City's Cody Myers in the 55M. Couple of cars crossed up right away in this heat race number 4. And looks like problems for Chris Burrows that will bring out the caution flag. Advanced Powder Coating is a proud corporate partner of Boothill Speedway and the weekly racing series. At Advanced Powder Coating, we can do everything you expect from a powder coater, but the difference is we can do so much more. Based in Shreveport, Louisiana, Advanced Powder Coating employs a staff of 30 inside of a 12,500 square foot shop. Our state-of-the-art equipment includes both a 20-foot long oven and a 32.5-foot long oven. Check us out today at advancedpowdercoating.org to learn more about what we can do to exceed your expectations. Special thanks to Advanced Powder Coating, the proud corporate partner of Boothill Speedway and the weekly racing series. Looks like the finish line detailing Pro 1 Transmission CB Raceworks Wild Child Race Car number 7C of Chris Burrows. Going to have to go off on the hook. Good to see the D27 of Charlie Krudoff back in the house. Mac Tools, A-Mark Metals, Mills Motors, Krudoff Race Cars entry. Kate Gailey, driving the Gailey Motorsports Laser Race Cars, number 27G. And Cody Myers, the defending track champion, the Twin City Towing Herald's Transmissions PTS Race Engines Outlaw Race Car in the 55M. Lights are out. It's a complete restart. So Dalton Dubois, Dustin Hennigan, Brett McMillan, Chris Weatherford, Cade Gailey, Charlie Krudoff, and Cody Myers will lead us to the green flag. They're in step formation, off of turn number 2 and down the back straightaway. Dustin Hennigan will lead the field into turn 3. Dalton Dubois and Brett McMillan right there, 3 wide, coming off of turn number 4. But just for a moment, your top 2 cars pulling ahead of Brett McMillan, but he's not going away just yet. Here comes Dalton Dubois through the middle of the speedway. Down the back straightaway, he's got the race lead into turn number 3. Out of 4, here comes Brett McMillan down on the bottom side of the Speedway, but can't make anything happen. Dalton Dubois will lead the field. Dustin Hennigan and Brett McMillan all racing right there. You can throw a blanket over the top 3. Chris Weatherford, Charlie Krudoff, and Cody Myers with a 3-car battle for 4th. Cade Gailey at the back of the pack. And Charlie Krudoff gets in a little bit too hot in 3 and 4. He's going to loop it, and that will bring out the caution flag. ABC Auto Parts is the leading supplier of auto parts to automotive repair centers in the Shreveport, East Texas area. Family owned since our founding in 1968, our #1 priority is and always has been customer satisfaction. For more information and to find the location nearest to you, look us up at abcauto.com. We've got 3 laps complete and 5 laps to go as the lights go dark. Looks like we'll be set to turn them loose out of turn number 4 the next time around. Dalton Dubois, your race leader. Dustin Hennigan choosing the outside lane for the upcoming Texas-style restart. And the caution lights come right back on. Not sure what the problem is. Maybe some debris down on the back straightaway. Cody Myers sits in the 4th and final transfer spot. The defending track champion for the Granger Equipment Factory stocks. Chris Weatherford in the 67, followed by Cade Gailey in the 27G. Lights are out. We're going green. 5 laps to sort them out. Here we go. Off at turn number 2, Brett McMillan in the 2nd spot. He's able to get by Dustin Hennigan, but Hennigan not going away just yet. We're halfway home, 4 laps down and 4 to go. And here comes Cody Myers to the inside of Dustin Hennigan, challenging for 3rd. Top 4 cars breaking out from the other 2. Those guys are safely in a transfer spot, but they'll continue to race for their positions in the feature. 3 laps to go for the D55 of Dalton Dubois. Two laps left for the D55, 54R of Brett McMillan in the 2nd spot. Dustin Hennigan still being challenged by Cody Myers for 3rd, but he's hanging tough. White flag coming out this time for the all-white D55 of Dalton Dubois. Off of turn number 2 and down the back straightaway with about a 7-8 car length advantage into turn number 3. He's going to start on the outside of row number 2. Dalton Dubois gets it done in heat race number 4 for the Granger Equipment Factory stocks. Brett McMillan comes home second. Third is Dustin Hennigan and Cody Myers rounding out the top 4. So your 4 advancing cars in fourth from Bossier City in the 55M. That's Cody Myers. Third place from Marshall, Texas, the 22 of Dustin Hennigan. Second place from Cleburne, Texas, the 54R of Brett McMillan. And taking the win, make some noise for Dalton Dubois out of Robeline in the D55. Here comes the LED for Life Limited Modifieds, the first of 4 heat races for this division as well. On the pole from Breaux Bridge, Louisiana, in the Cajun Pools and Spas, Yabo's R&R Racing Engines Express Race Cars number 77M of Brandon Miller. On the outside pole from Mooringsport in the Outlaw Transmission Outback Boat and Motor New York Life Auto Grozinger Tri-State Battery Supply number 00 of J.D. Ammons. Eddie Holly driving the 15H. He's from Beaumont, Texas. And Tommy Tullis in the T5 from Blanchard. The K1 is Stephen Guidry out of Marksville, Louisiana. The K9 of Mark Underwood Jr. from Ruston. The 210 is Chase Hatton out of DeBerry, Texas. Colby Mewborn from Texarkana, Texas. And Jacob Fricks out of Blanchard. Green flag in the air, and here we go for the LED for Life Limited Modifieds. Lots of side-by-side action through the middle toward the back of the field. Side by side now for the race lead. Brandon Miller and J.D. Ammons will go at it. Ammons will have the race lead as they cross underneath the ABC Auto Parts flag stand on lap number 1. Brandon Miller slides up the racetrack, gets crossed up, has to tap on the brakes, loses a little bit of ground, but not any positions as of yet. Here comes Tommy Tullis, though, trying to battle for second. J.D. Ammons, your race leader. Brandon Miller in second. Third is Tommy Tullis and Colby Mewborn. All the way from the 4th row now into the 4th spot. Battles for it, though. The K9 of Mark Underwood Jr. around the outside of both him and Tommy Tullis. And now problems again for Brandon Miller. He's going to loop it and collect Colby Mewborn. Caution flag waving. LED for Life provides a wide variety of residential, commercial, and automotive LED products and is available to assist in any custom LED lighting project you have in mind. For more information on LED for Life, contact Donnie Spears directly at 318-208-8403 or stop by the store on Benton Road in Bossier City. Again, that number is 318-208-8403. I'd like to thank LED for Life, the title sponsor of the Limited Modified Division here at Boothill Speedway. Lights are out. It looks like we got them all stacked right in the proper positions. J.D. Ammons, your race leader in the 00. Colby Mewborn in second. Mark Underwood Jr. in third. Green flag. Mark Underwood Jr. shot out of a cannon on that restart. He's going to roll around the outside of J.D. Ammons. Side by side, wheel to wheel into turn number 3 for the race lead. Here comes Stephen Guidry down on the inside of the Speedway. Halfway home, 4 laps down and 4 to go for J.D. Ammons. He's your race leader. Colby Mewborn around the outside of Guidry. Now he's got a run on J.D. Ammons for second. They'll roll into turn number 3 and off of turn 4. Mark Underwood Jr. takes over the race lead. Tommy Tullis will park it in the pits. We got a great battle up front. Your top 5 cars are all right there in contention. Two laps to go this time. Stephen Guidry in the 4th and final transfer spot. He's battling with Colby Mewborn for 3rd, and J.D. Ammons will get crossed up coming out of turn number 2. That's going to open the door for Chase Hatton down the back straightaway to take over the 4th and final transfer spot. White flag in the air, 1 lap to go, and Mark Underwood Jr. your race leader, but here comes Colby Mewborn in the 36. He's going to pace right behind him. Through 1 and 2, down the back straightaway. Can the defending track champion make the move? He's going to dive down to the bottom side of the Speedway in 3 and 4. Coming off of turn 4, checkered flag waving, and Mark Underwood Jr. holds on. Colby Mewborn finishes second. Third is Stephen Guidry, and Chase Hatton finishes in the 4th and final transfer position. So your top 4 advancing cars: in 4th from DeBerry, Texas, the 210 of Chase Hatton. 3rd place from Marksville, Louisiana, the K1 of Stephen Guidry. Coming home second from Texarkana, Texas, the defending track champion, number 36 of Colby Mewborn. And taking the win, make some noise for him out of Ruston, Louisiana, the K9 of Mark Underwood Jr. Heat race number 2 for the LED for Life Limited Modifieds is going to stack up in this way. On the pole from Marshall, Texas, driving the 5-star builders, True Love Law Firm, PTS Race Engines, IRP Race Cars, number 69 of Derek Grigsby. On the outside from Bastrop, Louisiana, driving the CCR Converters, Freeland Land Services, UFO Motorsports Express Race Cars, number 91 of Christopher Freeland. Your 3rd starter is from Kilgore, Texas. In the R&R Disposal Red Devil Truck Wash J&D Enterprises, number 409, it's Ron Willardson. And to his outside from Longview, Texas, the Twin City Towing RKT Operating Shipley Motorsports Engines IRP Race Cars, number 81 of Ricky Ingalls. To the inside of row number 3 from Bradley, Arkansas, driving the Morgan Saw Dominator Race Cars, number 7 is Chad Morgan. To the outside from Shreveport, the 25J of Jacob McCrae, the Get Lit Lighting KB Custom Designs A-Mark Metals Quick Race Car. Hayden Beckham in the 0B from Quitman, Louisiana. The 99H is Danny Abair from Lafayette, and Brandon Tullis from Mooringsport, Louisiana in the 4T. Green flag flies for heat race number 2 for the LED for Life Limited Modifieds. They'll shuffle through 1 and 2. Derek Grigsby has had a stellar year in the Limited Modified division here at the Hill and elsewhere. Won last Saturday night at Arklatex Speedway. Ricky Ingalls has also been very good in the Limited Modified division around the Arklatex this season, with wins both here and at Arklatex. He's going to go side by side with Christopher Freeland through 3 and 4. Now Ricky Ingalls has the 2nd spot. Winner of this heat race will start on the outside pole right next to Mark Underwood Jr. And now we got a problem for the 25J of Jacob McCrae. He's going to collect Ron Willardson in the Giddy Up 409. Looks like they'll be able to continue to giddy up. Lights remain green. Now the 91 of Christopher Freeland gets a little bit squirrely in 1 and 2. Danny Hebert now up to the 3rd spot, and we're halfway home, 4 laps down and 4 to go. Christopher Freeland in the 4th and final transfer spot. Chad Morgan trying to gain ground on him, and problems for your race leader. The 409 of Ron Willardson gets turned around, and the 69 will lose the race lead with caution flag comes out. We'll see how they sort this one. I'd like to thank VP Racing Fuels for all that they do here at Boothill Speedway, the proud official fuel of Boothill. Looks like a problem for the 69 of Derek Grigsby. Looks like his heat race is done. Lights are out, we're back. Green flag racing. The 81 of Ricky Ingalls will lead us to the green. Danny Hebert in the 2nd spot. Christopher Freeland and Chad Morgan will loop it in 1 and 2 while riding in the 4th and final transfer spot. Looks like he'll continue on. We will stay green. Now Jacob McRae in the 4th and final transfer in the 25J. It'll be 2 laps to go this time for Ricky Ingalls. Last time out here at the Hill 2 weeks ago, he swept the night. The Granger Equipment Factory Stock A feature win and the LED for Life Limited Modified feature win. And he's set up pretty nicely here tonight if he can hold on with 1 lap remaining. White flag in the air for Ricky Ingalls. Danny Hebert in the 2nd spot. Christopher Freeland rides 3rd. 4th is Jacob McRae. But Hayden Beckham in striking distance for that last transfer. Down the back straightaway into 3 and 4 for the final time. Checkered flag waving on heat race number 2. And Ricky Ingalls will start on the outside pole of tonight's feature. Danny Hebert in 2nd. 3rd place is Christopher Freeland. And Jacob McRae will hobble his way to the 4th and final transfer spot. So your top 4 advancing cars. In 4th from Shreveport, the 25J of Jacob McRae. 3rd place from Bastrop, the 91 of Christopher Freeland. 2nd place from Lafayette, Louisiana, the 99H of Danny Hebert. And taking the win from Longview, Texas, the 81 of Ricky Ingalls. Heat race number 3 for the LED for Life Limited Modifieds is going to line up in this way. On the pole from Sibley, Louisiana. Behind the wheel of the Williams Flooring and Construction, Blacks Metals, Myers Automotive, Wicked Race Cars, number 47cc of Connor Williams. On the outside pole from Texarkana, Arkansas, driving the AB Performance Bulletproof TCB Race Engines Express Race Cars, number L17 of Logan Griffin. Your 3rd starter is from Kilgore, Texas. Gladewater, Texas. He drives the Southern Transport, Torque Transport, Shipley Race Engines, IRP Race Cars, number 7 of Nathan Gaines. To his outside from Shreveport, behind the wheel of the Total Custom Carbs, the Dent Pro Easy One Racing Engines, Dominator Race Cars, number 25 of Josh Bauckham. Your 5th starter is from Eros, Louisiana, driving the Bobby's Body Shop, Borders Heart, Lung, and Vascular Clinic, Extreme Engines, Western Flyer Race Cars, number 51 of Cliff Burnett. From Wascom, Texas, the 3C is Colby Collins. The C12 is Chris Hall out of Stonewall, Louisiana. And from Wascom, Texas, the 55 of Ricky Burke Jr. Lights are out. We're going 8 laps in distance. Top 4 cars advance to the feature race. Green flag. Connor Williams will slide it into turn number 1, and he loops it around. Your pole sitter spins out on lap number 1. Caution flag waving for the 47cc. Lights are out. It will be a complete restart. Connor Williams, Logan Griffin, Nathan Gaines, Josh Bauckham, Cliff Burnett, Colby Collins, Chris Hall, and Ricky Burke Jr. Lights are out. We're going green. Logan Griffin able to shuffle by the 47cc of Connor Williams. Griffin will lead him into 3 and 4. He's going to open the door, though, washing up the racetrack, and here comes Williams back to the inside. He'll lead lap number 1. Connor Williams side by side for the race lead with Logan Griffin. Josh Bauckham in 3rd. 4th place is the 7 of Nathan Gaines. That's the 4th and final transfer spot. Colby Collins and Ricky Burke Jr. both right there, and Collins going to get sideways. Chris Hall with nowhere to go. He brings him all the way around, and the caution flag flying. Lights are out. We'll have a restart this time. The 47cc of Connor Williams, your race leader. I believe we've got 1 lap complete with 7 laps to go. Again, 4 cars advancing to the feature race. This is your 3rd of 4 heat races for the LED for Life Limited Modifieds. Green flag flying. Nathan Gaines and Ricky Burke Jr. battling it out for the 4th and final transfer spot. Throw Chris Hall into the mix in the C12. Rolling into turn number 1, Nathan Gaines has the 4th spot. Ricky Burke Jr. wants it in the 55. He's 1 spot out looking in. Connor Williams, your race leader, 4 laps down and 4 to go. Here comes Burke to the inside of Gaines. Cannot make the pass coming out of turn number 4. He's going to have to play the long game with just 4 laps to go. He's got to get moving here pretty soon if he wants to be in the feature through the heat race. Off at turn 4, Josh Bauckham now battles with the L17 of Logan Griffin for the 2nd spot. And we've got 2 laps to go this time for your race leader, Connor Williams. He took home the win in the limited modifieds at Sabine Speedway last Friday night. White flag in the air, 1 lap to go. It's Williams, Griffin, Bauckham, and Gaines. Can Ricky Burke Jr. sneak by in the 8th and final lap of this race? Off of turn number 2. Down the back straightaway, Burke looking to the outside. Connor Williams wins it. There's a side-by-side battle for 2nd at the line. Logan Griffin's got it. Josh Bauckham 3rd. And Nathan Gaines will finish in the 4th and final transfer spot. So your top 4 advancing cars in 4th from Gladewater, Texas, the 7 of Nathan Gaines. 3rd place from Benton, Louisiana, the 25 of Josh Bauckham. 2nd place from Texarkana, Arkansas, the L17 of Logan Griffin. And taking the win from Sibley, Louisiana, the 47cc of Connor Williams. Your 4th and final heat race for the LED4 line for limited modifieds will line up like this. On the pole from West Monroe in the Storm Services River City Nutrition Best Engines IRP race cars, number 17 of Austin Storm. On the outside from Livingston, Texas, aboard the AutoZone Guys Auto Repair Pueblo Viejo Mexican Restaurant IRP race cars, number 42 of Zane Goff. Your 3rd starter is from Harleton, Texas. Behind the wheel of the RKT operating Rock and Roll Whataburger Nickens Brothers Racing Engines IRP chassis, number 20 of Brent Tidwell. And to the outside from Texarkana, Texas. Behind the wheel of the Harold's Transmission Hadaway Collision Best Engines Western Flyer Race Cars, number 36C of Connor Mewborn. Your 5th starter hails from Bossier City, Louisiana, in the Abetic CWS Racing PTS Race Engines IRP Race Cars, number 23 of Cody Tupper. And to his outside, out of Alexandria in the Joel's Auto Sales, Jerome C. Hopewell, Alexandria City Marshal, Advanced Performance Engines Big Chief Chassis, number 78 of Braylon Dusang. From Houghton, Louisiana, driving the Arclitex Shop Builders, Arclitex Garage Doors, A-Mark Metals IRP Race Cars, number 9R is Baron Prince. And to the outside, your final starter from Dry Prong, Louisiana, in the Hunter and Beck Attorney Stealth Racing Transmission, Rodney Howell Performance Engines IRP Race Cars, number 2 of CJ Howell. Green flag flying, looks like the 9R of Baron Prince unable to join us. And we got a problem right off the bat. Connor Mewborn hard into Zane Goff, and that will bring out the caution. Lights are out. It's an original restart. Austin Storm will get us rolling here. Cody Tupper on the outside. Brent Tidwell, Braylon Dusang, and CJ Howell. Cody Tupper around the outside of Austin Storm for the race lead down the back straightaway. It's the front wheel to the back wheel into turn number 3, but Tupper's got the spot. He's going to wash up just a little bit through 3 and 4, but he will not allow the 17 of Austin Storm to get back underneath. Brent Tidwell looks good right there in the 20 car, running third, gaining ground on your top 2 cars in the Rock and Roll Whataburger number 20. And out of turn number 4, Brent Tidwell now into the second spot. He's going to set his sights on Cody Tupper for the race lead in the 2-3, the Dale Earnhardt throwback paint scheme in the Abadix number 2-3. Tupper leads the field through 1 and 2, now down the back straightaway into 3 and 4. We're halfway home. 4 laps complete and 4 laps remaining for Cody Tupper. Top 4 cars have broken out from the 78 of Braylon Dusang, comfortably in the 4 transfer spots. There will be 2 laps to go this time for Tupper. Still Tupper, Tidwell, Storm, and Howell, your top 4 with Dusang in the 5th and final spot. White flag in the air. 1 lap to go for the 4th and final heat race for the LED4 Life Limited Modifieds. Off of turn number 2 and down the back straightaway, leading the field into 3 and 4 for the final time. Taking the win and starting on the outside of row number 2, it's going to be Cody Tupper in the 23. Brent Tidwell will finish 2nd, 3rd is Austin Storm, 4th will be CJ Howell. So your 4 advancing cars in 4th from Dry Prong. In the 2, that will be CJ Howell. 3rd place from West Monroe, Louisiana, the 17 of Austin Storm. 2nd place from Harleton, Texas, the 20 of Brent Tidwell. And taking the win from Bossier City, the 23 of Cody Tupper. Up next, we have 4 heat races for the Fraser Accounting Crate Late Models. $3,000 on the line. And here is your starting lineup for heat race number 1. On the pole from Baytown, Texas, the First Class Septic Day Motorsports 77 Incorporated Rocket XR1 chassis number 25 of Robbie Starnes. On the outside from Keithville in the Equipment Incorporated Warrior chassis by Game Over number 485 of Tony Lindsay. Your 3rd starter hails from Houghton, Louisiana in the Arclitex Shop Builders Arclitex Garage Doors A-Mark Metals Black Diamond chassis number 9R of Baron Prince. Into the outside in the Mako Oilfield Supply number 11C of Jeff Chandler. Your 5th starter is from Manny, Louisiana, the Powell & Son Bodies by Donnie Super S Oils, MB Customs by K. Dillard Racing, number 18 of Caleb Dillard. And from West Monroe, driving the Salt Racks Mosquito Authority Autoplex Automotive Rocket Chassis, number 3 of Seth Trawick. From Keachai, Louisiana, the Tommy Dowden Logging Rawhide LLC Double L Kilos Black Diamond Chassis number 19 is Jamie Burford. And Peyton Brown in the P52 from Calhoun, Louisiana, the Joey Brown Plumbing Chris Johnson Consulting Brown's Engineering Race Engines Rocket XR1 chassis. Here we go for the Battle of Boothill. And the caution flag flies right away for the 18 of Caleb Dillard. He's a former winner this season here at the Hill. Won his first ever late model feature this season here at Boothill Speedway. Caution flag going to fly before we can get any laps complete, so we'll go to an official restart. Little Robbie Starnes, Tony Lindsay, Barron Prince, Jeff Chandler, Caleb Dillard, Seth Trawick, Jamie Burford, and Peyton Brown is your field. The winner of this heat race is going to start on the pole of tonight's 35-lap, $3,000 to win main event. Down the back straightaway into turns 3 and 4. They'll get the signal. Green flag coming out this time. And here we go for the Battle of Boothill. Barron Prince washing up the racetrack in 1 and 2. A little bit in the way of the 18 of Caleb Dillard. But now Dillard off of turn 4. Down the front straightaway, he's in the 4th spot. We're taking the top 3 cars into tonight's feature from this heat race. Top 3 advance. So far, Little Robbie Starnes, Tony Lindsay, and Jeff Chandler are your 3 advancing cars. But Jamie Burford all the way from the final row, now up to 5th in the 19. Burford has a pair of super late model victories on the year in that 19 car. Decided to switch right back over to a crate for this $3,000 feature right close to home. And Caleb Dillard now battling with the 11C of Jeff Chandler for the 3rd and final transfer spot. They roll off of turn number 2. Chandler around the outside of Dillard. Back to the 3rd spot. They continue to battle side by side. And we've got the cross flags. 4 lap down and 4 laps to go for the 25 of Little Robbie Starnes. Starnes leads the way down on the bottom side of the Speedway. The 485 of Tony Lindsay trying to roll through the middle, looking for a passing lane, but I think he's having some trouble finding one. Jeff Chandler now comfortably in the 3rd spot as Caleb Dillard has lost some ground, but Jamie Burford right on the back bumper of Caleb Dillard. 2 laps to go this time for Starnes. Here comes Burford around the outside, trying to get past Dillard for 4th. He's got a lot of ground to make up if he wants to make his way into a transfer spot, though. White flag in the air, 1 lap to go. Starnes leads the field into 1 and 2. He's down on the bottom side of the Speedway. Tony Lindsay through the middle. Off of turn 2 goes Starnes. Down the back stretch and into turns 3 and 4 for the final time. Quick time tonight. He leads flag to flag in the heat race. He'll start on the pole. Little Robbie Starnes in the 25. Tony Lindsay will come home 2nd. 3rd place is Jeff Chandler. 4th is Caleb Dillard and Jamie Burford rounding out the top 5. So your 3 advancing cars. In 3rd from Minden, Louisiana, the 11C of Jeff Chandler. 2nd place from Keithville, Louisiana, the 485 of Tony Lindsay. And taking the win, he'll start on the pole of tonight's 35-lap, $3,000 to win main event from Baytown, Texas, the 25 of Little Robbie Starnes. Heat race number 2 for the Fraser account and Crate Racing USA late models will line up like this. On the pole from Alexandria, Louisiana, aboard the Wise Arms LLC First Class Septic Blackout Power Rocket XR1 by Litton, number 6X of Rob Litton. On the outside pole from Bossier City in the Yard Services Stuckey Enterprises Allen's Automotive Black Diamond Chassis, number 21 of David Winslet. Your 3rd starter is from Houghton, Louisiana. In the advanced powder coating, Alexander Motorsports Razor Services Black Diamond Chassis number 54G of Garrett Gibson. And to his outside from Eros, Louisiana, in the Bobby's Body Shop, Borders Heart, Lung, and Vascular Clinic, Cartown Fast Graphics number 51 of Tyler Burnett. The advanced powder coating Lucas Oil Sanook number 15 from Shreveport, that is Clayton Stuckey, the 78 of Wyatt Wilkerson, 57 of Austin DuPont, and Dakota Smith in the P89. Here we go. Off of turn number 2 and down the back straightaway. Clayton Stuckey peeks his way into the 3rd and final transfer spot. David Winslet has your race lead off of turn number 4. Winslet, the hottest driver in the state, as well as obviously right here at Boothill Speedway. 4 of the last 5 race nights went to the 21 of David Winslet. He's leading heat race number 2. Rob Litton in the second spot with Clayton Stuckey in third. Now Stuckey looks to the inside of Litton for second. Tyler Burnett rides in fourth. Fifth is Garrett Gibson, Wyatt Wilkerson, Austin DuPont, and Dakota Smith rounding out the field at the moment. Problems for Austin DuPont. Looks to be off the pace as we get the halfway signal. 4 laps down and 4 to go. Austin might have been able to kick it back into gear and continue on racing. Lost a position and some ground to the B89 of Dakota Smith. They're side by side now and contact with the tractor tire for the 78 of Wyatt Wilkerson. He was going side by side with the 51 of Tyler Burnett for the 4th spot. And the 78 ended up going just a little bit too low into that tractor tire. Caution flag waves. And we'll have to re-rack them and restack them for the next upcoming restart. Lights are out. David Winslet, your race leader. Rob Litton on the outside. He's in second. The 15 of Clayton Stuckey in the third and final transfer spot. Green flag flying. And here we go. Clayton Stuckey with a good restart. He's going to sneak to the bottom and get past Rob Litton for the second spot. 2 laps to go this time for Winslet. Off at turn 2, Rob Litton has a run down the back straightaway toward the outside of Clayton Stuckey. He's going to pace behind him through 3 and 4. White flag in the air. 1 lap to go for Winslet. Rob Litton gets a little bit too high coming out of turn number 4. He'll lose lots of ground there to the 15 of Clayton Stuckey. Tyler Burnett 4th. Garrett Gibson in 5th. There's a battle there. Out of turn number 4, checkered flag waving. David Winslet going to start on the outside pole. Clayton Stuckey in second. Third place is Rob Litton. 4th is Tyler Burnett and Garrett Gibson rounding out the top 5. So your top 3 cars in third from Alexandria, Louisiana, the 6X of Rob Litton. Second place from Shreveport, the 15 of Clayton Stuckey. And taking the win from Bossier City, Louisiana, the 21 of David Winslet. Heat race number 3 for the Fraser Accounting Crate Late Models lining up in this way. On the pole from Baytown, Texas in the Myridge Industrial Group, Capano Pools and Spas, Stratagen Suspension, Longhorn Chassis number 1 of Kevin Sitton. To the outside from West Monroe in the Bulletproof Tees, McMillan Heating and Air, Johnsville LLC, Longhorn Chassis number 27 of Chase Del Rio. To the inside of row number 2 out of Texarkana, Arkansas, the AB Performance, Bubba Green Towing, Joel Ball, Logging Black Diamond Chassis number B17 of Brandon Ball. Rick Duke, Braden Robinson, Robert Young, Brent Stewart, and Corey Neal Jr. is your field. Here we go for heat race number 3. Off of turn 2, it's a side-by-side battle as they roll into 3. Here comes Kevin Sitton to the inside. He'll slide up in front of there, 3 wide for second. Brandon Ball is going to have the spot underneath the ABC Auto Parts flag stand. Kevin Sitton, your race leader. Brandon Ball in second. Chase Del Rio in the third and final transfer spot. But here comes Corey Neal Jr. Started dead last in the 71 machine, and he's all the way up to fourth, challenging with Chase Del Rio for the third and final transfer spot. Very impressive performance thus far in just the opening laps by that young man driving the 71 machine. Corey Neal Jr. out of Bridge City, Texas. Had a good qualifying effort, but was light at the scales. Had to start in the dead last position in his heat race. Kevin Sitton took the win last night at Sabine Speedway, his second of the year. And we got the cross flags, 4 laps down and 4 to go for Sitton. Brandon Ball in second. Third place is Corey Neal Jr. in the final transfer spot. Chase Del Rio in fourth, and Rick Duke rounding out your top 5. Brent Stewart, Braden Robinson, and Robert Young rounding out your field at the moment. We got 2 laps to go this time for Kevin Sitton. Brandon Ball in second. Third place is Corey Neal Jr. Top 3 cars have broken out from the rest of the pack, but Corey Neal Jr. wants a couple of more starting spots. He's sizing up the B17 of Brandon Ball, hoping to roll around the outside of him. 1 lap to go. White flag is in the air. Kevin Sitton looks to pretty well have this one covered in the 1 machine, but Corey Neal Jr. trying to make it an all-Houston area affair. He's going to dive down to the bottom in 3 and 4. Side by side, through the corners, out of turn 4. Checkered flag waving. Kevin Sitton wins, and Corey Neal Jr. from dead last to second. Brandon Ball will finish third. Fourth place is Chase Del Rio, and Rick Duke rounds out the top 5. So your top 3 cars advancing in that one. In third from Texarkana, Arkansas, the B17 of Brandon Ball. Second place in the 71 from Bridge City, Texas is Corey Neal Jr. And taking the win from Baytown, Texas, the one of Kevin Sitton. The fourth and final heat race for the Fraser Accounting Crate Late Models is going to stack up like this. On the pole from Keithville in the Cover 6 Outdoors, Dennis Berry Tile and Flooring, Tim Bates Painting, 28 Special Chassis number 24 of Garen Lindsay. On the outside pole from Texarkana, Texas, the W&W Timber Healthcare Express, Tommy Dowden Logging, Rocket XR1 Chassis, number 5, the Catman, John Mitchell. Your third starter is from Bossier City, Louisiana, driving the Louisiana Pumping Service, Bayou Dirtworks, Red River Pump, Black Diamond Chassis, number 57 of Chad DuPont. And to the outside from West Monroe in the West Washita Mobile Home Park, R&R Logistics, Duncan Upholstery, Black Diamond Chassis, number DP21 of Dalton Patrick. Jarrett Stuckey in the 17 from Shreveport. The 8 is Jody Reap from El Dorado, Arkansas, and Zachary Heflin out of Pitkin, Louisiana in the 21X. Green flag flies, and here we go. John Mitchell and Garen Lindsay wheel to wheel through turns 1 and 2. Down the back straightaway, John Mitchell has the advantage into turns 3 and 4. Out of turn 4, Catman is your race leader at the end of circuit number 1. Garen Lindsay, Dalton Patrick in third. Chad DuPont in fourth, but here he comes right back at Patrick. Side-by-side battle, duking it out for the third and final transfer spot. Jarrett Stuckey in the 5th position. 6th is Zachary Heflin with Jody Reef rounding out the field. John Mitchell, Garen Lindsay, Dalton Patrick at the moment, but Chad DuPont right there hoping to capitalize on a mistake by the DP21. And here comes DuPont to the inside, out of turn 4. Chad DuPont in the third and final transfer spot. Jarrett Stuckey now trying to battle with Dalton Patrick for 4th. 4 laps down and 4 to go. We are halfway complete with this heat race. John Mitchell, Garen Lindsay, and Chad DuPont looking strong. Your top 3 cars and your only 3 advancers from this heat race if they continue to stay in those spots. Dalton Patrick 4th, 5th is Jarrett Stuckey. 6th will be Zachary Heflin, and 7th is Jody Reap. 2 laps to go this time for the Cap Band. The white flag flies for John Mitchell. Coming off of turn number 4 on the final lap, John Mitchell wins heat race number 4. Garen Lindsay will come home 2nd. 3rd place will be Chad DuPont. 4th is Dalton Patrick, and Jarrett Stuckey will finish 5th. Onto the track rolls the Pro Mods on the pole from Shreveport, Louisiana. He drives the Green Acres Automotive Stonewall Transmission Wall-to-Wall Racing Engines GRT race cars number 199 of Josh Warren. To the outside from Mooringsport in the Arclatex Sheet Metal, Arclatex Oil Tools, Cook's Carpet Cleaning and Flooring, Larry Shaw chassis number 43J of BJ Cook. Your 3rd starter from Keithville, Louisiana in the Lindsay Racing Easley Motorsports number 27L is Carl Lindsay. And on the outside, the defending track champion from Shreveport, the Arclatex Sheet Metal McDonald's Superior Graphics Cam chassis number 27 of Mike Washburn. From Carthage, Texas, the Carthage Mechanical Solutions Ingalls Racing Performance Collins Dumpster Service number T11 of Jacob Toomey. And to the outside from Vivian, Louisiana in the J&J Well Service Backwoods Barbecue Pine Island Dirt and Rock Smiley's Racing Chassis number 87 of Julie Ann Whitney. Your final row to the inside from Longview in the 99 Barbecue, the 99 of Milton Braun. And to the outside from Hallsville, Texas, the Precision Body Works Twisted Coatings Engine Parts and Machine number 88 of Justin Jones. We're going 8 laps in distance. All cars advance to tonight's A feature. Josh Warren, BJ Cook, Mike Washburn, and looks like we got a caution flag coming right back out. Lights are out. Here we go for an original restart. Josh Warren will get us going. BJ Cook in the 43J, and looks like a problem for Josh Warren. He gets sideways. The 43J nowhere to go. We'll bring him all the way around, and that will bring out the caution. Lights are out. We're going to try it again. An original restart. Josh Warren sent to the back. And the 88 of Justin Jones unable to continue, looks like. He's in the infield. We're going to go green with Carl Lindsay and BJ Cook. 3 wide for the race lead through 1 and 2. Down the back straightaway now in stair-step formation. BJ Cook leads the field into turn number 3. Jacob Toomey right there. Carl Lindsay as well. And Mike Washburn, the defending track champion, in the 27. BJ Cook, Jacob Toomey, Mike Washburn, Carl Lindsay, Josh Warren, Julianne Whitney, Milton Braun is your field. Here comes Josh Warren back to the inside of Carl Lindsay. Now into the 4th spot. Jacob Toomey loses some ground there. The 27 of Mike Washburn going to pull even with him halfway home. 4 laps down and 4 to go for the 43J of BJ Cook. Now here comes Mike Washburn to the inside of Jacob Toomey. He'll race with him down the back straightaway. And Washburn now into the 2nd spot. It's Cook, Washburn, Toomey, Warren, and Lindsay, your top 5. We're going to have 2 laps to go this time for the 43J. '87 of Julianne Whitney gets a little bit crossed up coming out of turn number 2. She'll lose some ground. And now the white flag flies for the 43J. 1 lap to go, but his father-in-law trying to reel him in. Off of turn number 2 and down the back straightaway. Here comes Mike Washburn trying to get it done. They'll roll into 3 and 4. Here comes Mike to the inside, side by side out of turn number 4. Checkers waving, and BJ Cook holds on for the win. Mike Washburn in 2nd. 3rd place is Jacob Toomey. Josh Warren in 4th, and Carl Lindsay rounding out the top 5. So your top 3 cars in 3rd from Carthage, Texas, the T11 of Jacob Toomey. 2nd place from Shreveport, the 27 of Mike Washburn. And taking the win from Mooringsport, the 43J of BJ Cook. Heat race number 2 for the Pro Mods will line up like this. On the pole from Carthage, Texas, in the Carthage Mechanical Solutions, Toomey Trucking GRT Race Cars, number 84 of Dakota Tutt. On the outside, from Keithville, Louisiana, in the G-Store, Bears, Bodies by Easley, Dirtworks, chassis number G25 of Glenn Lindsay. Your 3rd starter is from DeBerry, Texas, in the David Hood Construction, Twin City Towing, Ray Ingalls Racing, IRP Race Cars, number Lazy 8 of Chase Hatton. And to his outside, from Carthage, Texas, in the Carthage Mechanical Solutions, Ingalls Racing Performance, Collins Dumpster Service, Larry Shaw, chassis number B99 of William Brooks. Your 5th starter from Houghton, Louisiana, in the Everything Artsy Events, ABC Auto Parts, X15 Racing Engines, Larry Shaw Race Cars, number 515 is Trent Humphrey. And to the outside from Doddridge, Arkansas, behind the wheel of the T8 is Bubba Thomas. Your final starter from Elysian Fields, Texas, driving the Marshall Lubin Auto LBK Luxury Pool Superior Graphics, number 98 of John Locke. Lights are out. We're going 8 laps in distance to see who's going to start right beside B.J. Cook in the Pro Mod feature. Green flag flies, and Glenn Lindsay gets a good start there in the G25. The Lazy 8 of Chase Hatton was squeezed down to the inside and lost some ground there. They roll through 3 and 4. Dakota Tutt now to the inside of Glenn Lindsay. He'll take away the race lead and lead lap number 1. Glenn Lindsay in second, William Brooks in third. Here comes Brooks up top. He's going to make contact with Glenn Lindsay. And now they'll go 3 wide off of turn number 2 and down the back straightaway. Lazy 8 of Chase Hatton down on the bottom side. That's the preferred line right now, and he's got the second position out of turn 4. Glenn Lindsay in third, Trent Humphrey in fourth, and William Brooks in the 5th spot. Here comes Humphrey back to the inside of Glenn Lindsay. He'll have that spot out of turn 2 and down the back stretch. Dakota Tutt leads the way in the 84. Lazy 8 of Chase Hatton and the 515 of Trent Humphrey both gaining ground on the 84 of Dakota Tutt as we make our way toward the midway point of this heat race. Cross flags, 4 laps down and 4 to go for the 84 of Dakota Tutt. Can he hang on? And he's going to loop it right in front of the Lazy 8 in the 515. He'll collect Trent Humphrey, and the caution flag waves. Looks like that accident is going to send Trent Humphrey pit side in the 515. His heat race will be done. The lights are out. We're getting set to go back. Green flag racing here out of turn number 4. Chase Hatton will lead the way. Green flag displayed yet again. The Lazy 8 of Chase Hatton pulls away. Glenn Lindsay now in the 2nd spot. William Brooks in 3rd. They're going to battle side by side to keep their spots. William Brooks says, I'd rather have 2nd. He slides up in front of Glenn Lindsay. Now the B99 in the 2nd spot. Glenn Lindsay in 3rd, but here comes John Locke down at the bottom side of the Speedway. The 98 of John Locke battles for 3rd with Glenn Lindsay. 2 laps to go for Chase Hatton. Now John Locke has the 3rd spot underneath the ABC Auto Parts flag stand. He continues to race side by side with Glenn Lindsay, and now he's going to try to pull even with the B99 of William Brooks. White flag in the air, 1 lap to go for Chase Hatton in the Lazy 8. Here comes Glenn Lindsay right back to the inside of John Locke down the back straightaway. Checkers wave for the Lazy 8 of Chase Hatton. He'll be your heat race winner. 2nd place goes to William Brooks. 3rd is John Locke. 4th, Glenn Lindsay, and Dakota Tutt rounds out the top 5. So your top 3 cars in 3rd from Elysian Fields, Texas, the 98 of John Locke. 2nd place from Carthage, Texas, the B99 of William Brooks. And taking the win from DeBerry, Texas, the Lazy 8 of Chase Hatton. For all of your accounting, bookkeeping, and tax needs, Frazier Accounting has you covered. Frazier Accounting also has over 25 years of QuickBooks experience and provides training and consulting on it. Give Heather Frazier a call at 318-588-8811. That's 318-588-8811. Here are the front-wheel drive 4-cylinders. On the pole of heat race number 1 from New Boston, Texas, driving the Rigged Racing, Redbone Magic Brewing Company, Sling Blade Axe Throwing Company, Huntin' Jay's Lawn Care, number 72K, is Kayla Strom. To the outside from Houghton, Louisiana, the XL Tax Services, number 05, is Luke DuPont. Dylan Neal in the 1N from Houghton, Louisiana. Jack DuPont in the 06 from Shreveport. Jackson Gallagher from Benton in the 46. And Jamie Crudoff out of Houghton, Louisiana in the 4A. Green flag flies for heat race number 1 for the front-wheel drive 4-cylinders. Luke DuPont leads the field down the back stretch. Kayla Strom in the second spot with Dylan Neal and Jack DuPont side by side for third. Out of turn 4, Jack DuPont has the third spot underneath the ABC Auto Parts flag stand. Jamie Crudoff and Jackson Gallagher right there as well. Battle for the 5th spot. It's all Luke DuPont out front in the 05. Halfway home, 3 laps down and 3 to go in this 6-lap heat race. Looks to be a problem for the 06 of Jack DuPont. He's going to pull it into the infield and off to start toward the back for the A feature later on tonight. 2 laps to go this time for his cousin Luke DuPont in the 05. Kayla Strom looking strong in the second spot, the 72K. Jackson Gallagher up to third. Dylan Neal and Jamie Crudoff rounding out your field. White flag in the air, 1 lap to go for the front-wheel drive 4-cylinder heat race number 1. Checkered flag waves. Luke DuPont is your race winner for heat race number 1 for the front-wheel drive 4-cylinders. Kayla Strom will come home second. Third is Jackson Gallagher. Fourth, Dylan Neal. And rounding out the top 5 is going to be Jamie Crudoff. So your top 3 cars in third from Benton, Louisiana, the 46 of Jackson Gallagher. Second place from New Boston, Texas, the 72K of Kayla Strom. Taking the win from Houghton, Louisiana, the 05 of Luke DuPont. That car sponsored by XL Tax Services, Wright's Towing Service, James Martin Building, and DuPont Auto Service. Heat race number 2 for the front-wheel drive 4-cylinders coming up next. On the pole from Blanchard, Louisiana in the Amsoil DuPont Auto Service, TJ's Trucking number 25 of Hunter Armstrong. On the outside from Vivian, Louisiana in the Hitman Designs number 21, that's Amanda Cook. Your third starter is from Karnak, Texas, driving the 814. That's David Tollison. And to his outside from Stonewall, Louisiana, the F5 of Ben McDuff. He got his first career win last night at Sabine Speedway. Your fifth starter is from Mesquite, Texas. The C73 is Daniel Thompson. And your final starter from Lindale, Texas, the Pampered Chef Harris Adjusting Team J&D Enterprises Hometown Auction number 00 of John Harris. Lights are out. We're going 6 laps in distance for the front-wheel drive 4-cylinder heat race number 2. Hunter Armstrong, Amanda Cook, David Tollison, Ben McDuff, Daniel Thompson, and John Harris. Green flag waving. Hunter Armstrong out to the early race lead. But we got a caution flag. That's going to be ruled a no start by flagman Keith Parker. Lights are out. We're going to try it again for a complete restart. Hunter Armstrong, Amanda Cook, David Tollison, Ben McDuff, Daniel Thompson, and John Harris. Here we go. Armstrong leads the field into 1 and 2 and off of 2 down the back straightaway. Hunter Armstrong has won a couple of races here at Boothill as well as a couple at Sabine Speedway. Ben McDuff, as I said before, had his first career win last night at Sabine. The C73 of Daniel Thompson, a former USRA national champion in this division. Armstrong, McDuff, Thompson, your top 3 with Cook and Tollison rounding out your field. John Harris pulls it into the infield. We're halfway home, 3 laps down and 3 to go. Daniel Thompson reeling in the F5 of Ben McDuff, trying to make it a battle for the second spot. We got 2 laps to go this time for the 25 of Hunter Armstrong. White flag going to come out this time for the 25. Got 1 lap to go for the front wheel drive 4 cylinders. Ben McDuff in the second spot. Daniel Thompson in third. Amanda Cook and David Tollison rounding out the field. Down the back straightaway and into 3 and 4 for the final time. Checkered flag waves and Hunter Armstrong will win heat race number 2 for the front wheel drive 4 cylinders. Ben McDuff will come home second. Third place will be Daniel Thompson. Amanda Cook and David Tollison will round out the field. So your top 3 cars in third from Mesquite, Texas. The C73 is Daniel Thompson. Second place from Stonewall, Louisiana, the F5 of Ben McDuff. And taking the win from Blanchard, Louisiana, the 25 of Hunter Armstrong. Here's the final heat race of the evening. The Sportsters heat will go 4 laps in distance for these guys and the gal. On the pole from Stonewall in the Camus Electric Bogus Racing Summer Grove Auto Care number 194, that's John McCune. On the outside pole from Shreveport, aboard the Hitman Designs, Jeff's Racing Products, J&J Motorsports, Cajun Strong, number XXX is Brittany Graham. And your final starter from Longview, Texas in the Jeff Zimmerman Racing 3D Engine Builders number 49 of Chad Porter. green flag flying. John McCune will lead the field down into 1 and 2, but here comes Brittany Graham looking to the inside. Had to tap the brakes there. It looked like the 194 of McCune was going to slide a little bit too low. And here comes Chad Porter to the inside. Contact made. And that will collect himself and the 194 of McCune. We'll keep it rolling. Green flag stays. Brittany Graham now well out front in the Triple X truck. I believe she's got 2 wins on the season here in the Sportster division. The only driver in the field tonight that has won at the Hill. Halfway, 2 laps down and 2 laps to go. White flag in the air, 1 lap to go for Brittany Graham in the Triple X. Graham down the back straightaway and into 3 and 4 for the final time. Coming around to grab the checkered flag. Brittany Graham, your heat race winner in the Sportsters. Second place going to go to John McCune in the 194, and Chad Porter will round out the field. So your top 3 in third from Longview, Texas, the 49 of Chad Porter. Second place from Stonewall, Louisiana, the 194 of John McCune. And taking the win from Shreveport, the Triple X of Brittany Graham. Up next will be the Granger Equipment Factory Stock B feature number 1 of 2. They will each be 8 laps in distance, and the top 4 cars will advance to the A feature. The lineup for B feature number 1 will look like this. On the pole from Longview, Texas, driving the Athletic Performance Texas Hitman Designs, number 67 is Matt Owings. To the outside from Kilgore, Texas, behind the wheel of the Nortex Hot C Mobag Suspension Technology Outlaw Race Cars, number 17 is Derek Miller. Your third starter from Bastrop, Louisiana, in the CCR Converters, Freeland Land Services, UFO Motorsports Express Race Cars, number 09 of Dawson Moore. And to the outside from Sarepta, Louisiana, in the Titan Custom Floors, number C8 is Jeremy Crumpler. From Amity, Arkansas, the 35M will be TJ McCarty. And to the outside from Carthage, Texas, driving the Action Towing JEK Auto Parts Phantom Chassis, number 14 is Ryan Murray. From Ashdown, Arkansas, behind the wheel of the Naaman's Championship Barbecue Right Way Machine Shop, Alex Turner Engines Outlaw Race Cars, number 19 is Paul Turner. And from Vivian, Louisiana, piloting the Deer Springs Enterprise 10-man recycling Dave's Racing Engines, number 9C is Cole Cook. Your final starter from Lake Charles, Louisiana, going in the Incredible Edibles Snowballs Club 20 Suspension Dautriel's Plumbing F1 Racing Engines, number 5M is Michael Harlow. Looks like we're missing Ryan Murray and Paul Turner. We've got 7 cars. We're going to go 8 laps in distance, and the top 4 cars will make their way into the A feature tonight. Winner of this race will start 17th. Green flag. Matt Owings will lead the field through 1 and 2, and some problems there over the C8 and the 09. Just too many cars trying to occupy the same spot. Something had to give. So the 09 now into the infield, but not far enough, it would seem. Caution flag waving. Lights are out. We got 4 cars remaining. We got 1 lap complete and 7 to go. Matt Owings, your race leader. Derek Miller, Michael Harlow, and Cole Cook. Looks like this race is going to be shortened. Flagman Keith Parker's got the white flag in his hand. White flag is out. 1 lap to go. 67 of Matt Owings, your race leader. Derek Miller, Michael Harlow, and Cole Cook. The reason for shortening this race is we started with 7 cars. We were only taking 4 into the feature, and we've got 4, so we'll just let them race 2 laps for their positions. Checkered flag waves, and out of turn number 4, it's going to be Matt Owings. Derek Miller in second, Michael Harlow in third, and Cole Cook will round out the top 4. So your advancing cars in 4th from Vivian, Louisiana, the 9C of Cole Cook. 3rd place from Lake Charles, Louisiana, the 5M of Michael Harlow. 2nd place from Kilgore, Texas, the 17 of Derek Miller. And taking the win from Longview, Texas, the 67 of Matt Owings. B feature number 2 for the Granger Equipment Factory stocks will line up like this. On the pole from Robeline, Louisiana, in the Scotty Shade Tree Performance, Myers Automotive, CB Race Engines, Outlaw Race Cars number 1 of Stony DuBois. On the outside pole from Longview, Texas, driving the Jeff Zimmerman Racing 3D Motorsports Dominator chassis number 67 is Chris Weatherford. To the outside from Kilgore, to the inside of row number 2 from Kilgore, Texas, the R3 is Michael Hale. And to the outside from Stonewall, Louisiana, driving the Gailey Motorsports Laser Race Cars number 27G is Cade Gailey. Row number 3, Josh Milliken in the 74 from Marshall, Texas. And to the outside from Houghton, Louisiana, from Minden, Louisiana, the 7C is Chris Burrows. No Charlie Crudoff and no Sean Graham. Here we go. Green flag flies. Oh, no Cade Gailey. Charlie Crudoff is out there in the D27. I saw a red 27. So Stony Dubois, your race leader. Michael Hale in second. Third place is Chris Weatherford. Josh Milliken in the fourth and final transfer spot. Charlie Crudoff and Chris Burrows trying to make their way into the show tonight. Dubois, Hale, Weatherford, and Milliken. But here comes Chris Burrows to the inside of Josh Milliken for the fourth and final transfer spot. Halfway home, 4 laps down and 4 to go. Chris Weatherford in the third spot. Chris Burrows in fourth. Charlie Crudoff and Josh Milliken still battling. The bottom 4 are all pretty well right there together. The bottom 2 will not be in the show tonight. Here we go. 2 laps to go for the one of Stony Dubois. Chris Burrows with a good run on Chris Weatherford down the back straightaway and into turn number 3. White flag in the air for Dubois. Chris Weatherford going to try to hold on to the fourth and final transfer spot. White flag in the air. Here comes Milliken to the inside. Charlie Crudoff takes a peek on the outside. Off of turn 2 and down the back straightaway. Stony Dubois is going to win it. Michael Hale easily in second. Chris Burrows in third, and coming out of turn number 4, the fourth and final transfer spot goes to Chris Weatherford in the 67. So your 4 advancing cars in fourth from Longview, Texas, the 67 of Chris Weatherford. Third place from Minden, Louisiana, the 7C of Chris Burrows. Second place from Kilgore, Texas, the R3 of Michael Hale. And taking the win from Robeline, Louisiana, the 1 of Stony Dubois. Up next is the B feature number 1 the LED for Life Limited Modifieds. On the pole from Beaumont, Texas, the 15H is going to be Eddie Hawley, and on the outside pole in the Rollo's Auto Sales IRP Race Cars number 55 is Ricky Burke from Wascom, Texas. Your third starter from Mooringsport in the Outlaw Transmission, Outback Boat and Motor, New York Life, Otto Grosinger, Tri-State Battery Supply number 00 is J.D. Ammons. To the outside is Cliff Burnett out of Eros, Louisiana in the 51. The 21 is Jacob Fricks from Blanchard, and the C12 of Chris Hall from Stonewall. Green flag waves. We're going 8 laps in distance. The top 4 cars will advance to tonight's A feature for the LED for Life Limited Modifieds. Ricky Burke Jr. leads the way. Cliff Burnett in second. Eddie Hawley in third. And Chris Hall in the fourth and final transfer spot. J.D. Ammons and Jacob Fricks rounding out the field. But here comes Ammons to the inside of Hall. Burke, Burnett, Hawley, and Hall, your top 4. Ammons battles on the bottom side, looking for the fourth and final transfer spot. Challenging Chris Hall. Eddie Hawley not too far ahead as well. Halfway home, 4 laps complete and 4 laps remain for Ricky Burke Jr. Chris Hall looking good, sliding up in front of Eddie Hawley for the third spot, now putting Hawley on the bubble. In the fourth and final transfer spot, here comes J.D. Ammons to the inside. Some contact made between a couple of cars near the transfer spot, and we've got 2 laps to go for the double nickel of Ricky Burke Jr. Eddie Hawley gets into the 00 of J.D. Ammons as they continue to battle for fourth. White flag going to come out this time. Burke looks solid out front. Burnett looks safe in second. Chris Hall, Eddie Hawley, and J.D. Ammons are all right there battling for 2 spots. 3 cars battling for 2 spots. Something's got to give down the back straightaway into 3 and 4 for the final time. Ricky Burke Jr. comes out of turn 4. Checker flag waves. He wins B feature number 1. Cliff Burnett, second place. Third is Chris Hall, and J.D. Ammons will finish in the 4th and final transfer spot. So your advancing cars in 4th from Mooringsport, Louisiana, the 00 of J.D. Ammons. 3rd place from Stonewall, Louisiana, the C12 of Chris Hall. 2nd place from Eros, Louisiana, the 51 of Cliff Burnett. And taking the win from Wascom, Texas, the 55 of Ricky Burke Jr. B feature number 2 for the LED for Life Limited Modifieds will line up in this way. On the pole from Quitman, Louisiana, in the Pure Max Racing Oil Cap Roofing Scott Malone Engines D&M chassis number 0B is Hayden Beckham. On the outside from Alexandria, Louisiana, driving the Joel's Auto Sales, Jerome C. Hopewell, Alexandria City Marshal Advanced Performance Engines Big Chief chassis number 78 is Braylon Dusang. Your 3rd starter from Bradley, Arkansas, driving the Morgansaw Dominator Race Cars number 7 is Chad Morgan. And to the outside from Texarkana, Texas, behind the wheel of the Harold's Transmission Hadaway Collision Best Engines Western Flyer Race Cars number 36C of Connor Mewborn. Your 5th starter hails from Kilgore, Texas, driving the R&R Disposal Red Devil Truck Wash J&D Enterprises number Giddy Up 409. It's Ron Willardson. And on the outside from Livingston, Texas, behind the wheel of the AutoZone Guys Auto Repair Pueblo Viejo Mexican Restaurant, IRP Race Cars number 42 of Zane Goff. Scheduled to start on the inside of row number 4 out of Marshall, Texas, behind the wheel of the 5-star Builders True Love Law Firm PTS Race Engines IRP Race Cars number 69. It's the Marshall Missile of Derek Grigsby. And from Houghton, Louisiana, in the Arclitex Shop Builders Arclitex Garage Doors A-Mark Metals IRP Race Cars number 9R is Baron Prince. Your final starter is your final starter from Longwood, Louisiana, in the Joe Max Sales Stumpman Tree Service Easy One Racing Engines Vato chassis number 4T is Brandon Tullis. Lights are out. We're going 8 laps in distance. 4 cars advancing to the A feature. Hayden Beckham, Braylon Dusang, Chad Morgan, Zane Goff, Derek Grigsby, and Brandon Tullis. Hayden Beckham leads the field down the back straightaway. Zane Goff in the 2nd spot. Chad Morgan and Derek Grigsby side by side for 3rd. Morgan has the spot as they cross underneath the ABC Auto Parts flag stand. And now Grigsby will slide up in front through 1 and 2. Hayden Beckham, your race leader in the 0B. Zane Goff in the 2nd spot in the 42. Derek Grigsby, Chad Morgan rounding out your advancing cars at the moment, and Braylon Dusang and Brandon Tullis rounding out the field. Caution flag on the Speedway. Just a few circuits complete. Not sure what the problem is here. Looks to be a piece of debris at the exit of turn 2. The lights go dark. We've got 1 lap complete and 7 laps remaining. Hayden Beckham leads the field off of turn number 2. Now it's a 3-car battle for the race lead. Here comes Zane Goff to the inside. College student out of Livingston, Texas. Off of turn number 4. Hayden Beckham continues to lead in the 0B. But he's got company. Zane Goff and Derek Grigsby both right there. Beckham, Grigsby, and Goff, your top 3. Chad Morgan in the 4th and final transfer spot. Braylon Dusang and Brandon Tullis at the back of the pack. And here comes Grigsby challenging for the race lead, but he's going to loop it in 3 and 4. 4T of Brandon Tullis had nowhere to go. He has to hold up, but will stay green and will stay racing. Halfway home, 4 laps down and 4 to go. And now Derek Grigsby 1 spot out of a transfer. Brandon Tullis off the pace and into the infield in the 4T. Now we got 5 cars remaining, but we can only take 4. This time by, it'll be 2 laps to go for the 0B of Hayden Beckham. Zane Goff in 2nd, 3rd is Chad Morgan, Braylon Dusang in 4th. But here comes Derek Grigsby. He's got 2 laps to try to pull in front of the 78. Keep your eye on that last transfer spot. 78 of Braylon Dusang holds it. Derek Grigsby has won several races here this year. He does not want to go home before the feature race goes green. White flag in the air, 1 lap to go. Grigsby going to pull to the outside of Dusang. And around the outside, Dusang going to pinch him into the wall, down the back straightaway, and into 3 and 4 for the final time. Hayden Beckham wins. Zane Goff 2nd. 3rd place is Chad Morgan. And coming around to the finish line, Braylon Dusang holds off Derek Grigsby for the 4th and final transfer spot. So your 4 advancing cars. In 4th from Alexandria, Louisiana, the 78 of Braylon Dusang. 3rd place from Bradley, Arkansas, the 7 of Chad Morgan. 2nd place from Livingston, Texas, the 42 of Zane Goff. And taking the win from Quitman, Louisiana, the 0B of Hayden Beckham. Folks, we will now have a 10-minute intermission before the Fraser Accounting Crate Late Model B features and the rest of our A mains here tonight. So get up and stretch your legs, go visit the concession stand, and we'll go back green flag racing here in just a moment. We are getting set for the first of two B mains for the Fraser Accounting Crate Racing USA late models. These will be 10 laps in distance, and the top 4 cars will advance to tonight's A feature. Again, 35 laps and $3,000 to win for the Battle of Boothill. Here is the lineup for B feature number 1. On the pole from Manny, Louisiana, in the Powell & Son Bodies by Donnie, Super S Oils, MB Customs by K. Dillard Racing. Number 18, the Robaline Rocket of Caleb Dillard. On the outside pole from West Monroe, Louisiana, in the Bulletproof Tees, McMillan Heat and Air, Johnsville LLC, Longhorn Chassis number 27 is Chase Del Rio. Your third starter, the defending track champion from Keachai, Louisiana, in the Tommy Dowden Logging Rawhide LLC, Double L Kennels Black Diamond Chassis number 19 of Jamie Burford. And to the outside from Ball, Louisiana, in the Plexus Worldwide Schaefer's Racing Oil TWM Racing Products Rocket XR1 by Litton number 6D of Rick Duke. Your fifth starter is from Houghton, Louisiana, in the Arclatex Shop Builders, Arclatex Garage Doors, A-Mark Metals, Black Diamond Chassis number 9R is Baron Prince. And to the outside from Houghton, Louisiana, in the Antler Shed, Deer Stand, Stewart Electric, Young Home Designs, Rocket Chassis number 7S is Brent Stewart. To the inside of row number 4 from Calhoun, Louisiana, behind the wheel of the Joey Brown Plumbing, Chris Johnson Consulting, Brown's Engineering Race Engines, Rocket XR1 Chassis number P52 is Peyton Brown. And to the outside from Houghton, Louisiana, in the Young Home Design, Stewart Electric, PBK Farms, Masters Built Chassis number 5Y of Robert Young. To the final row, the inside from West Monroe, Louisiana, in the Salt Racks, Mosquito Authority, Autoplex Automotive, Rocket Chassis number 3 is Seth Trawick. And your final starter from Heflin, Louisiana, behind the wheel of the Pafford Air 1, Morgan Plumbing, Main Street Barber, Black Diamond Chassis number 39 of Braden Robinson. Don't forget, we will be back in action next Saturday night for the Advanced Powder Coating Weekly Racing Series. We'll have Memorial Day weekend off. If you're free, come down and join us at Sabine Speedway for the Battle on the Bend. It'll be $7,500 to win for factory stocks. And then the first weekend of June, we'll be right back here for the Golden One, the 50th anniversary weekend, featuring the ASCS Elite Non-Wing Sprint Cars. Top 4 cars in this B feature will be in the A main here tonight. We've got 12 cars locked in, so the winner of this the winner of this B main will start 13th in the A main here tonight. Also, I'd like to thank P&W Sales for putting up $150 for the hard charger in tonight's Battle of Boothill. Lights are out. We're going green out of turn number 4. Caleb Dillard, Chase Del Rio, Jamie Burford, Rick Duke, Baron Prince, Brent Stewart, Peyton Brown, and Braden Robinson. Here we go for the Fraser Accounting Crate Racing USA Late Models Last Chance Showdown. Caleb Dillard will lead the field into 1 and 2. Chase Del Rio down on the bottom side out of turn number 2. Wheel to wheel down the back stretching into 3 and 4. Caleb Dillard, the Robaline Rocket, sets the pace on lap number 1. Chase Del Rio right there with Rick Duke and Jamie Burford rounding out the top 4. Brent Stewart, Baron Prince, Peyton Brown, and Braden Robinson rounding out the field at the moment. Here comes Jamie Burford, peeks to the inside of the 6D of Rick Duke. They're side by side out of turn number 4. Duke has the momentum on the high side, and they'll have third as they cross underneath the ABC Auto Parts start-finish line. Caleb Dillard continues to lead the way in the 18 machine from Manny, Louisiana. Picked up a win here earlier this season, his very first and only to this point late model victory in his career. He's won lots of modified races and some big block modified races as well. Chase Del Rio in the second spot. Here comes Jamie Burford. He's battling with Del Rio for second out of turn 4. Del Rio still got it, but Jamie Burford challenging. Now the 19 of Jamie Burford slides up in front of the 27 of Del Rio. Jamie Burford, your defending track champion, now in the second spot. We're halfway home, 4 laps down and 4 to go. And Rick Duke looks to be on the edge. Here comes Brent Stewart and Baron Prince. They're pulling up behind him. Caleb Dillard and Jamie Burford have both pulled away from the rest of the pack. Del Rio and Duke right in third and fourth, but Baron Prince is right there in the fifth spot, looking to capitalize on a mistake. Just a few circuits left around the Boothill Speedway. Baron Prince looking sharp in the 9R. Roll the high side down the front stretch and through 3 and 4. Problems for the 27 of Chase Del Rio. He's off the pace at the exit of turn number 2. Caution flag waves. And your third place car, the 27 of Chase Del Rio, looks to have his night come to a close. For all of your accounting, bookkeeping, and tax needs, Frazier Accounting has you covered. Frazier Accounting also has over 25 years of QuickBooks experience and provides training and consulting on it. Give Heather Frazier a call at 318-588-8811. That's 318-588-8811. Special thanks to Frazier Accounting, the title sponsor of the Crate Late Models. Caleb Dillard, your race leader, with the lights out. Jamie Burford in the second spot. He's on the high side with Rick Duke in third, Brent Stewart in fourth. Excuse me, Baron Prince was in fourth on that restart. Brent Stewart in fifth. They're wheel to wheel for the final transfer spot. Caleb Dillard leads the field through 3 and 4. 2 laps to go this time for the Roboline Rocket, but Jamie Burford has other plans in the 19. Dillard, Burford, Duke, and Prince, your top 4. White flag in the air, 1 lap to sort them out. Dillard leads the field through 1 and 2. Here comes Burford around the high side, trying to take away the spot. Winner starts 13th. Second place will start 15th. Coming out of corner number 4, checker flag waves, and Caleb Dillard takes the win. Jamie Burford second, Rick Duke in third, and Baron Prince in the fourth and final transfer spot to make the Battle of Boothill. So your advancing cars in fourth from Houghton, Louisiana, the 9R of Baron Prince. Third place from Ball, Louisiana, the 6D of Rick Duke. Second place from Keachai, Louisiana, the 19 of Jamie Burford. And taking the win from Manny, Louisiana, the 18 of Caleb Dillard. B feature number 2 for the Frazier Accounting Crate Racing USA Late Models is going to line up in this way. On the pole from Eros, Louisiana, in the Bobby's Body Shop, Borders Heart, Lung, and Vascular Clinic, Cartown Fast Graphics, number 51 of Tyler Burnett. On the outside, from West Monroe, Louisiana, in the West Washita Mobile Home Park, R&R Logistics, Duncan Upholstery, Black Diamond Chassis, number DP21 of Dalton Patrick. Your third starter is from Houghton, Louisiana, in the Advanced Powder Coating, Alexander Motorsports Razor Services, Black Diamond Chassis, number 54G of Garrett Gibson. And to his outside from Shreveport, in the Advanced Powder Coating, Lucas Oil, Sunoco Race Fuels, Black Diamond Chassis, number 17 of Jarrett Stuckey. Your fifth starter hails from Bossier City in the Louisiana Pumping Service, Bayou Dirt Works, Red River Pump, Black Diamond Chassis, number 57A of Austin DuPont. And from Pitkin, Louisiana, In the 4K Cattle Company, ELE Construction, L. Fontenot's Trucking, MB Customs by K. Dillard Racing, number 21X of Zachary Heflin. Dakota Smith in the B89, he's from Winfield, Louisiana. The 78 of Wyatt Wilkerson from Sweet Lake, and the 8 of Jody Reed from El Dorado, Arkansas. Green flag flies for B feature number 2 for the Fraser Account and Crate Racing USA late models. We're taking 4 cars into the big show. Tyler Burnett, Garrett Gibson, Dalton Patrick, and Wyatt Wilkerson will have the 4 spots at the end of circuit number 1. Here comes Zachary Heflin to the inside of Wilkerson. A little bit of contact made out of turn number 2. Burnett leads the way. Garrett Gibson in second. Dalton Patrick third. Wyatt Wilkerson in fourth. Zachary Heflin in fifth. Sixth place is Austin DuPont. Seventh, Dakota Smith. And Jody Reap is in eighth. No change in the running order. The last several laps now. Tyler Burnett has a few wins this season at Super B Speedway. Garrett Gibson took the win here earlier this year at Boothill. Wyatt Wilkerson, a former winner this season at the Rev in Monroe. Halfway home, 4 laps down and 4 laps to go. Zachary Heflin 1 spot out in the 21X. He has 2 wins at Thunder Valley Speedway, and he is the current point leader down there in Glenmora, Louisiana. Tyler Burnett leading the field. Got a almost straightaway advantage over the 54G of Garrett Gibson, and now 2 laps to go this time for Tyler Burnett. Wyatt Wilkerson holds the 4th and final transfer spot. See if anybody has anything to challenge him with. White flag coming out this time for Burnett. Through 1 and 2. Off of 2 and down the back straightaway. He's got a huge advantage in B feature number 2. He's going to start on the outside of row number 7 in the big dance. Tyler Burnett takes the win in B feature number 2. Garrett Gibson will come home second. Third is Dalton Patrick, and Wyatt Wilkerson will round out the top 4. So you're advancing cars in 4th from Sweet Lake, Louisiana, the 78 of Wyatt Wilkerson. 3rd place from West Monroe, Louisiana, the DP21 of Dalton Patrick. 2nd place from Houghton, Louisiana, the 54G of Garrett Gibson. And taking the win from Eros, Louisiana, the 51 of Tyler Burnett. The next race is going to be the Granger Equipment Factory Stock A feature. Here is the starting lineup. On the pole from Longview, Texas, in the Twin City Towing, Harvey Toyota PTS Race Engines Outlaw Race Cars, number 81 of Ricky Ingalls. To the outside from Jonesboro, Louisiana, behind the wheel of the Woodrow Low Trucking, Mark Kennedy Plumbing, PTS Race Engines Laser Race Cars, number L1 of Ben Leedy. Your third starter is from Manny, Louisiana. He drives the Mizell Transportation Club 20 Suspension Shipley Motorsports Engines Outlaw Race Cars, number 32 of Jason Ford. And to the outside from Robaline, Louisiana, in the Cane River Water Slide Perro Consulting Best Engines Outlaw Race Cars, number D55 of Dalton Dubois. Your fifth starter is from Minden, Louisiana, in the Chad's Auto and Exhaust Hunters Body Shop PTS Race Engines Fast Unit Race Cars, number 53 is Hayden Brown. And to the outside from Longview, Texas, in the Twin City Towing All Property Services PTS Racing Engines Laser Race Cars, number 10X, it's Racing Jason Ingalls. Your 7th starter from Texarkana, Arkansas, the 10K is going to be Tracy Corp. And to the outside from Cleburne, Texas, driving the Pit Stop Cafe Performance Transmissions, EJ Towing, BMF chassis number 54R is Brett McMillan. Your 9th starter hails from Jonesboro, Louisiana, and he pilots the Woodrow Low Trucking, Dustin Routon, Trax Photography, Cap Roofing, Dominator chassis number 5T of Dwayne Turner. And from Colfax, Louisiana, in the J&M Sandblasting, Bodies by 88M, Best Engines Outlaw Race Cars, number 88M of Joshua Martin. Right outside of the top 10 from Wascom, Texas, in the PTS Race Engines, Bootlegger Race Cars, number 68, that will be James Martin. And to the outside from Marshall, Texas, behind the wheel of the Rollo's Auto Sales, Mobag Suspension Technology, Rick Sisk Racing Engines, Laser Race Cars, number 22 of Dustin Hennigan. From Minden, Louisiana, behind the wheel of the Automotive Solutions, CB Raceworks, Chad's Auto and Exhaust Outlaw Race Cars, number 65 is Michael Turner. And from Laneville, Texas, in the Kirby Floor Covering Miller's Automotive 3D Motorsports Ratchet Chassis, number 2K is Nicholas Kirby. From Ashdown, Arkansas, behind the wheel of the Harold's Transmission Right Way Machine Shop Club 20 Suspension Carver Race Cars, number 15 is Austin Turner. And to the outside, the defending track champion from Bossier City, Louisiana, aboard the Twin City Towing Harold's Transmissions PTS Race Engines Outlaw Race Cars, number 55M of Cody Myers. To the inside of row number 9 from Longview, Texas, the Athletic Performance Texas Hitman Designs, number 67 is Matt Owings. And from row Baleen, Louisiana, in the Scotty Shade Tree Performance Myers Automotive CB Race Engines Outlaw Race Cars, number 1 of Stony Dubois. To the inside of row number 10 out of Kilgore, Texas, in the Nortex Hot C Mobag Suspension Technology Outlaw Race Cars, number 17 of Derek Miller. And to the outside from Kilgore, Texas, in the R3, that is Michael Hale. From Lake Charles, Louisiana, driving the Incredible Edibles Snowballs Club 20 Suspension, Dautriel's Plumbing F1 Racing Engines, number 5M is Michael Harlow. And to the outside from Minden, Louisiana, in the Finish Line Detailing Pro 1 Transmission CB Raceworks Wild Child Race Cars, number 7C of Chris Burrows. Your final row of starters to the inside from Vivian, Louisiana, piloting the Deer Springs Enterprise 10-man recycling Dave's Racing Engines, number 9C is Cole Cook. And your final starter out of Longview, Texas, driving the Jeff Zimmerman Racing 3D Motorsports Dominator chassis, number 67 is Chris Weatherford. Lights are out, we're going green. 20 laps in distance. Ricky Ingles, Ben Leedy, Jason Ford, Dalton Dubois, Hayden Brown, Jason Ingles, Tracy Corp, Brett McMillan, Dwayne Turner, Joshua Martin is the top 10. And here we go for the Battle of Boothill. Ricky Ingles will lead the field down into 1 and 2. Ben Leedy with a good run through the corners, down the outside. And looks like we got a Turner. The 5T of Dwayne Turner lost control in the middle of 1 and 2, but he'll stay moving. We will stay green. Good battle for the race lead. They're side by side, the 81 and the L1. Ben Leedy and Ricky Ingles going toe-to-toe for the race lead. Jason Ford in third, and we got a pile up in 1 and 2 involving Jason Ingles, James Martin, and Nicholas Kirby. That'll bring out the first caution of the feature race. Granger Equipment strives to provide quality machines at a competitive price. We not only inventory equipment, but also stock a large inventory of parts and supplies to keep our customers' forestry and construction jobs running smoothly and efficiently. Give Garrett Granger a call at 318-255-5074. That's 318-255-5074. Shout out to Granger Equipment, the title sponsor for the factory stocks at Boothill Speedway. We've got 1 lap complete and 19 laps to go. The 81 of Ricky Ingles, your race leader. He won here 2 Saturday nights ago in both the factory stock and the limited modified. He's got a pretty good shot, I would say, to do the same thing here tonight, starting on the pole of both. On the inside pole for the factory stocks, on the outside pole for the LED for Life limited modifieds. 1 lap down and 19 to go, though. He's got some work cut out for him. Green flag waving. Jason Ford with a great restart this time in the 32 machine around the outside of the L1 Ben Leedy. Here comes Jason Ingles. He's going to come with the 32 on the outside part of the Speedway. Now they'll go nearly 3 wide at the exit of turn number 4. Jason Ingles not able to pull quite even with the 32 and the L1. Ben Leedy gets in a little bit too strong, and Jason Ingles is going to help to bring him around. Caution flag waves for the L1 of Ben Leedy. The lights are out. We've got 2 laps complete and 18 laps to go. Ricky Ingles, your race leader. Jason Ford in the second spot. Jason Ingles in third. Here we go. 18 laps to go. Ingles leads the field down into 1 and 2. Jason Ingles now in the second spot. It's a family affair at the front. We got a couple of cars spinning around, facing the wrong direction, but they'll keep it rolling and we'll stay green. Ricky Ingles, Jason Ingles, Brett McMillan, Jason Ford, and Dalton Dubois is your top 5. Here comes Dubois around the outside of Jason Ford. Dustin Hennigan sitting right outside the top 5. Cody Myers, Hayden Brown, Joshua Martin, and Stoney Dubois rounding out the top 10. Dalton Dubois now battling with the 54R of Brett McMillan for the 3rd spot. Right behind them, several cars battling for 5th, 6th, 7th, all the way on back toward the middle of the field. Jason Ford holding the 5th spot. Cody Myers is right there, but we got a caution flag. Looks like Cole Cook stopped up on the high side of 3 and 4. Advanced Powder Coating is a proud corporate partner of Boothill Speedway and the weekly racing series. At Advanced Powder Coating, we can do everything you expect from a powder coater, but the difference is we can do so much more. Based in Shreveport, Louisiana, Advanced Powder Coating employs a staff of 30 inside of a 12,500 square foot shop. Our state-of-the-art equipment includes both a 20-foot long oven and a 32.5-foot long oven. Check us out today at advancedpowdercoating.org to learn more about what we can do to exceed your expectations. 6 laps down in this one, 14 laps to go. Jason Ingles choosing the outside for the upcoming Texas style restart. And we got 3 Texans up front. Ricky Ingles, Jason Ingles, and Brett McMillan is your top 3. Here we go. Brett McMillan with a good restart in the 54R. He sneaks into the 2nd spot ahead of Jason Ingles. And they're 3 wide right behind Jason for 4th. Cody Myers on the inside. Jason Ford and Dalton Dubois. They got a pair of double nickels now side by side for 4th. Cody Myers on the inside, Dalton Dubois on the outside. Dubois has the spot in 4th. Cody Myers in 5th. 6th is Jason Ford, and we've got a big pile up in 1 and 2. And somebody lost a tire and wheel. That'll bring out the caution flag. I'd like to thank VP Racing Fuels for their partnership. They're proud to be the official fuel of Boothill Speedway. Folks, next Friday night, make sure to join us at Sabine Speedway for the Doc Dillard Memorial. It will be the Short Track Super Series Cajun Region. $2,500 to win for the Northeast Style Modifieds, making their first trip to Sabine Speedway this season. If you were here on April 9th when they put on a show at Boothill Speedway, you know that you're in for a good time if you go down there this coming Friday night, May 20th, for the Doc Dillard Memorial in Sabine Parish at Sabine Speedway. We'll be back in action right here on Saturday night, the Advanced Powder Coating Weekly Racing Series on May 21st. The Memorial Day weekend will be off here, but racing at Sabine Speedway both Friday and Saturday, May 27th and 28th for the Battle on the Bend. $7,500 to win for this class right here, the factory stocks. We've got 7 laps complete and 13 laps to go for the Granger Equipment Factory Stock A feature. Ricky Ingalls is your race leader. Brett McMillan in second. Jason Ingalls in third. Fourth is Dalton Dubois. Cody Myers in fifth. Jason Ford, Dustin Hennigan, Hayden Brown, Joshua Martin, and Austin Turner. That is your top 10 running order at the moment. Green flag in the air with 13 laps to go for Ricky Ingalls. Jason Ingalls with another good restart. Gets right back in front of Brett McMillan. McMillan will chase him down the back straightaway. Here comes Dalton Dubois to the inside, and he makes a little bit of contact with Brett Miller as they enter turn 3. Brett McMillan, rather. Cody Myers around the outside of Dalton Dubois for the 4th spot. It's all Ricky Ingalls out front. They're 3 wide momentarily for the 6th spot. Dustin Hennigan has it underneath the ABC Auto Parts flag stand. Right behind him is Jason Ford, Joshua Martin, Chris Burrows, all right there in striking distance for some good finishing positions. Hayden Brown rounding out the top 10 at the moment. Halfway home, 10 laps down and 10 to go for Ricky Ingalls. Jason Ingalls in second, Brett McMillan in third. Fourth is Cody Myers and Dalton Dubois in the 5th spot. Cody Myers drifting toward the outside, trying to pull even with Brett McMillan down the backstretch. Cannot do so before McMillan slides up to the wall and blocks the running lane. Ingalls, McMillan, Myers, and Dubois still. Here comes Myers. Trying to get a good run on the high side to get around the outside of McMillan. Ricky Ingalls continues to extend his lead in the 81 machine, hoping to go back-to-back here at the Hill in factory stock competition presented by Granger Equipment. Ricky Ingalls' best lap is a full 0.3 of a second faster than Jason Ingalls, or anybody else in the field for that matter. 5 laps to go. Here comes Cody Myers around the outside of Brett McMillan. He's got that run I was talking about just a few laps ago. Down the back stretch, Cody Myers will pull into the 3rd spot. Here comes Dalton Dubois, going to try to go with his 55 counterpart. Dubois now around the outside of McMillan. They're side by side for 4th. Cody Myers trying to challenge with Jason Ingalls for 2nd. Dubois now into the 4th spot ahead of McMillan. Laps winding down. Now here comes Myers. He's on the outside of Jason Ingalls, and he takes the 2nd spot away. Cody Myers into 2nd. After starting on the outside of row number 8, 16th to 2nd for Cody Myers. And now he's going to try to chase down his teammate. Jason Ingalls also his teammate. The top 3 cars are all team cars here tonight. White flag in the air for Ricky Ingalls. 1 lap to go. Here comes Dalton Dubois trying to sneak to the inside of Jason Ingalls. 1 lap to go. Ricky Ingalls rolls through 1 and 2 and down the back straightaway. He's got a full straightaway advantage over his teammate Cody Myers. Out of turn number 4, checkers waving. Ricky Ingalls dominates at the Hill. Cody Myers 2nd, Jason Ingalls 3rd, Dalton Dubois in 4th, and Brett McMillan will round out the top 5. How about a round of applause for your feature winner, Ricky Ingalls in the Granger Equipment Factory Stocks? All right, Ricky, well, you went back-to-back last time out 2 weeks ago. We rained out last Saturday night, but you parked it back in ABC Auto Parts Victory Lane for the factory stocks. This thing was a rocket ship. Nobody had anything for you tonight.
Well, that's good to know. I couldn't see behind me, so I didn't really know. I was just trying to be real smooth. My guy told me to stay down there, so I stayed down there.
Yeah, for sure. Well, let me just tell you something that might make you a little bit happy. Second place was Cody Myers, and third place was Jason Ingalls.
Wow, way to go. That's good.
Top 3 team cars right there, huh?
Yeah, that's great. That ought to put a smile on Joe's face.
Absolutely. Cody Myers actually came from 16th to get second.
Wow, he was hooked up. He was going.
All right, let's hear about everybody who helps you out.
Kiss Country 93.7. We got 1130 the Tiger, Highway 98.3, Harvey Toyota, Harvey Lexus, Harvey Subaru. Of course, Joe Best sponsor in the world, Twin City Towing, J&J Racing, Neil Kemp, Outlaw race cars. Neil Kemp, Club 20 Shocks.
All right. Well, what's it going to take to end up back here?
Engines. We don't want to forget that. We don't want to forget PTS Racing Engines because he put us out front and kept us there.
All right. Well, what's it going to take to end up back in ABC Auto Parts Victory Lane for the LED for Life Limited Modifieds?
Oh, I'm going to have to be good, smooth, because there's some good ones out there.
All right. Well, sounds good. Maybe you learned something in this race that'll help you out in that one. Right. Make some noise for your feature winner, Ricky Ingalls. Here is the LED for Life Limited Modified Feature Race, starting on the pole from Ruston, Louisiana. Behind the wheel of the BRT Performance, Shelton Energy Solutions, PTS Race Engines, Western Flyer Race Cars, number K9 of Mark Underwood Jr. On the outside pole from Longview, Texas, in the Twin City Towing, RKT operating Shipley Motorsports Engines, IRP Race Cars, number 81 of Ricky Ingalls. To the inside of row number 2 from Sibley, Louisiana, in the Williams Flooring and Construction Blacks Metals Myers Automotive Wicked Race Cars, number 47cc of Connor Williams. And to the outside from Bossier City in the Abadix CWS Racing PTS Race Engines IRP Race Cars, number 23 of Cody Tupper. Your 5th starter is from Texarkana, Texas, driving the Herald's Transmission Hadaway Collision Best Engines Western Flyer Race Cars, number 36 is Colby Mewborn. And to the outside from Lafayette, Louisiana, in the Cajun Pools and Spas Go 24/7 Safety Advanced Performance Engines Express Race Cars, number 99H of Danny Hebert. To the inside of row number 4 from Texarkana, Arkansas, behind the wheel of the AB Performance Bulletproof Tees CB Race Engines Express Race Cars number L17 of Logan Griffin. And to the outside from Harleton, Texas in the RKT operating Rock and Roll Whataburger Nickens Brothers Racing Engines IRP Race Cars number 20 of Brent Tidwell. To the inside of row number 5 from Marksville, Louisiana. He drives the Sugarland Garden Soil and Materials River Runs Dirt Service Petrie Race Engines Express Race Cars number K1 of Stephen Guidry. And to his outside from Bastrop, Louisiana, behind the wheel of the CCR Converters Freeland Land Services UFO Motorsports Express Race Cars number 91 of Christopher Freeland. From Benton, Louisiana, in the Total Custom Carbs, the Dent Pro Easy One Racing Engines Dominator Race Cars number 25 is Josh Bockham. And to the outside, from West Monroe, aboard the Storm Services River City Nutrition Best Engines IRP Race Cars number 17 is Austin Storm. To the inside of row number 7 from DeBerry, Texas, driving the Ray Ingalls Racing TE Glover Cattle Company Extreme Graphics IRP Race Cars number 210 of Chase Hatton. And to the outside from Shreveport, driving the Get Lit Lighting KB Customs Designs A-Mark Metals Quick Race Cars number 25J of Jacob McRae. From Gladewater, Texas, behind the wheel of the JTX Forged Southern Transport Torque Transport Shipley Race Engines IRP Race Cars number 7 of Nathan Gaines. And to the outside from Dry Prong, Louisiana, in the Hunter and Beck Attorney Stealth Racing Transmission Rodney Howell Performance Engines IRP Race Cars number 2 of CJ Howell. From Wascom, Texas, behind the wheel of the Rollos Lube and Auto IRP Race Cars number 55, that is Ricky Burke Jr. And to his outside from Quitman, Louisiana, in the Pure Max Racing Oil Cap Roofing Scott Malone Engines D&M Chassis number 0B of Hayden Beckham. From Eros, Louisiana, driving the Bobby's Body Shop Borders Heart, Lung, and Vascular Clinic Extreme Engines Western Flyer Race Cars number 51 is Cliff Burnett. And to his outside from Livingston, Texas, in the Auto Zone, Guys Auto Repair Pueblo Viejo Mexican Restaurant IRP Race Cars number 42 of Zane Goff. From Stonewall, Louisiana, in the Blue Heron Septic Downhome Meets Mullins Race Engines IRP Race Cars number C12 of Chris Hall. And to his outside from Alexandria, Louisiana, in the Joel's Auto Sales Jerome C. Hopewell Alexandria City Marshal Advanced Performance Engines Big Chief Chassis number 78 of Braylon Dusang. From Mooringsport, Louisiana, in the Outlaw Transmission Outback Boat and Motor New York Life Auto Grosinger Tri-State Battery Supply number 00 is J.D. Ammons. And on his outside from Marshall, Texas, behind the wheel of the 5-Star Builders JCT Auto Sales True Love Law Firm PTS Race Engines IRP Race Cars number 69 of Derek Grigsby. Your final starter is from Blanchard, Louisiana, driving the Seeger Roofing DuPont Auto Service Stumpman Tree Service Golf Cart Palace number T5 of Tommy Tullis. We're going 20 laps in distance for the LED4 Life Limited Modified Feature Race. Mark Underwood Jr. and Ricky Ingalls will get us going. Green flag. Here they roll down the front stretch. Mark Underwood Jr. and Ricky Ingalls side by side for the race lead. Wheel to wheel down the back stretch and into 3 and 4. Ricky Ingalls went back to back with the factory stocks and limiteds 2 weekends ago, and he's going to try to do the same here tonight. Took care of business in the Granger Equipment factory stock feature. Left the field and never looked back. And here he takes the lead in the limited modified feature race presented by LED4 Life. And he's pulling away with a 2-3 car length advantage as they cross underneath the ABC Auto Parts flag stand. Mark Underwood Jr. in the second spot with Connor Williams in third, Cody Tupper and Colby Mewborn your top 5. Stephen Guidry rides in the 6th spot with Brent Tidwell in 7th. 8th is Logan Griffin. 9th, Christopher Freeland, and Chase Hatton rounding out the top 10 in the 210. Now Hatton able to get by Freeland for the 9th spot. Austin Storm, CJ Howell, Josh Bauckham, Nate Gaines, Hayden Beckham, Zane Goff. Oh, Hayden Beckham rides the wall for just a moment down the back straightaway. Got a little bit loose, and he lost control. Now he's slowing off the pace. And behind him, Jacob McRae loops it through 3 and 4. That'll bring out the caution flag. LED for Life provides a wide variety of residential, commercial, and automotive LED products and is available to assist in any custom LED lighting project you have in mind. For more information on LED for Life, contact Donnie Spears directly at 318-208-8403 or stop by the store on Benton Road in Bossier City. Again, that number is 318-208-8403. Thanks to LED for Life, the title sponsor of the Limited Modifieds at Boothill Speedway. A few dates that you're going to want to look ahead to on the calendar coming up here at Boothill Speedway this year. June 4th will be the Golden One, the 50th anniversary weekend featuring the ASCS Elite Non-Wing Sprint Car Series. And then 2 weeks after that, on June 18th, we'll have the Lucas Oil American Sprint Car Series 360 Winged Outlaw Sprint Cars for the first time in over 20 years to the quarter mile oval here in Greenwood, Louisiana. After that, just a few weekends, July 1st and 2nd will be the Billy Melton Memorial. $5,000 to win for this class right here, the LED for Life Limited Modifieds. And at the end of July, July 29th and 30th, we will have the King of the Hill, $10,000 to win for Granger Equipment Factory Stocks. Of course, we will also have the Louisiana State Dirt Track Championship September 23rd and 24th featuring the Comp Camp Super Dirt Series. Lights are out. We're going back. Green flag racing for the LED for Life Limited Modified Feature Race. And Ricky Ingalls will set us loose. Here comes Connor Williams to the outside of Mark Underwood Jr. They're battling for the 2nd spot, and Williams has it as they roll into turn number 3. Underwood not wanting to give it up just yet. But he'll have no choice in the matter as Williams just too good on exit. But we've got a car stopped at the top of turn number 4. That's Brent Tidwell. He'll bring out the caution. ABC Auto Parts is the leading supplier of auto parts to automotive repair centers in the Shreveport, East Texas area. Family owned since our founding in 1968, our #1 priority is and always has been customer satisfaction. For more information and to find the location nearest to you, look us up at abcauto.com. Lights are out. Looks like we're going green out of turn number 4. Green flag waving. Mark Underwood Jr. still battling side by side with Connor Williams for the 2nd spot. Stephen Guidry right there in 4th with Cody Tupper in the 5th spot. Colby Mewborn in 6th, Austin Storm in 7th, Logan Griffin 8th, 9th is Nathan Gaines, and Ricky Burke Jr. rounding out the top 10. We got a problem with Chase Hatton, the 210. He's off the pace and into the infield. His night is done for the limited modifieds. The 4.7cc of Connor Williams up to the 2nd spot above Mark Underwood Jr., and the pair of K cars going side by side. The K9 of Mark Underwood Jr. with the K1 of Stephen Guidry. Problems now for the 23 of Cody Tupper. He's off the pace after running in the 5th place spot. That will move Colby Mewborn to the top 5. Halfway home, 10 laps down and 10 to go for Ricky Ingalls, who is way out front yet again in this feature race. Ingalls, Williams, Underwood, Guidry, and Mewborn, your top 5. Storm, Griffin, Burke, Gaines, and Freeland rounding out the top 10. Best battle on the racetrack is past the top 10. Cars 2 and 3 wide for positions 11, 12, and 13. Everywhere else on the racetrack, they're single file. Looks to be a problem for the 69 of Derek Grigsby. He's off the pace. Looks like he'll pull it into the pitting area, and his night is done. Laps continue to wind down. Ricky Ingalls continues to extend his lead. Connor Williams pulling away from Mark Underwood Jr. with a stellar performance here tonight. Stephen Guidry in 4th, Colby Mewborn in 5th. It's been that way for quite some time. Again, the best battle on the racetrack, past the top 10. You've got Josh Bauckham, Christopher Freeland, CJ Howell, all battling right there down the back straightaway and into 3 and 4. There's 5 laps to go for your race leader, Ricky Ingalls. Lap traffic may become a factor, but I believe Ingalls' advantage is too strong for it to make much difference. Former super late model champion, number 81 of Ricky Ingalls, has been absolutely stellar lately here at the Hill. Came home from Bristol, Tennessee after dominating the Bristol Dirt Nationals in the factory stock division, and he has never looked back, posting top 5s and several wins the last several weekends here around the Arklatex. 2 laps to go for the 81 of Ricky Ingalls as he pulls side by side with the slower car of Tommy Tullis. He'll dispose of Tullis and put him a lap down. White flag in the air. One more trip around the Boothill Speedway. Ingalls will roll down through the middle of 1 and 2. Off of turn number 2 and down the back straightaway into 3 and 4 for the final time. I've said it once, I'll say it again. Ricky Ingalls dominates at the Hill. Connor Williams will come home second. Third place will be Mark Underwood Jr., Stephen Guidry in fourth, and Colby Mewborn rounds out the top 5. Some noise for him again. Ricky Ingalls dominating the LED for Life Limited Modifieds. Well, Ricky, you know, we did this last time, 2 weeks ago. You swept the night. I asked you if you wanted to find a late model to drive in the pits, but it wasn't $3,000 to win that night. You want to go find a late model in the pits real quick?
No, I'm tired.
He's tired again. All right, well, that's fine. Man, you dominated. I'm sure you're ready for some of these big races, you know, with a little extra change to start coming around the way that these cars are turning.
Well, you never know. I'm just ready for a little break in between the races. Maybe he'll give me a break and run another class in between us a little bit.
Well, I think if you keep dominating every class, it'll be in the back of their minds when they, you know, write down the running order. So maybe we'll switch it up a little bit so you don't have to run back to back.
We've just been fortunate the last few weeks. We've hit on something that's working pretty good. So, you know, anything can change. Next week we might be 5th or 6th. Who knows? Hopefully we'll finish.
All right. Well, let's hear about everybody who helps you out on this limited modified.
IRP Chassis, of course, Twin City Towing, JCT Auto Sales, 1-3 Designs, of course, put a pretty good-looking wrap on this thing. Shipley Motorsports put a motor in here, and it runs really good. RKT, Keith Tidwell, and, of course, thank everybody else that helped. My wife for putting up with me and spending all this time working on this thing. That's what makes it faster.
All right, we're going to see you back here at the Hill next Saturday night?
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
All right, make some noise for him again. Ricky Ingalls, your feature winner. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for the main event, the 35-lap, $3,000 to win Battle of Boothill. Here is the starting lineup. On the pole from Baytown, Texas, driving the first-class Septic Day Motorsports 77 Incorporated Rocket XR1 chassis number 25 of Little Robbie Stars. From Bossier City, Louisiana, in the yard services, Stuckey Enterprises, Allen's Automotive Black Diamond chassis number 21 of David Winslet. Your third starter is from Baytown, Texas, driving the Mirage Industrial Group Capano Pools and Spas Stratagen Suspension Longhorn chassis number 1 of Kevin Sitton. And on the outside from Texarkana, Texas, the W&W Timber Healthcare Express Tommy Dowden Logging Rocket XR1 chassis number 5, the Catman John Mitchell. Your fifth starter from McKeithville, Louisiana, in the Equipment Incorporated Warrior chassis by Game Over number 485 is Tony the Tiger Lindsay. And your sixth starter out of Shreveport in the Advanced Powder Coating Lucas Oil Sunoco Race Fuels Black Diamond chassis number 15 of Clayton Stuckey. Your seventh starter hails from Bridge City, Texas, aboard the Breezy Speed Specialties Curtis & Son Company's first-class septic MB Customs number 71 of Corey Neal Jr. And to his outside from Keithville, Louisiana, aboard the Cover 6 Outdoors Dennis Berry Tile and Flooring Tim Bates Painting 28 Special Chassis number 24 of Garen Lindsay. This will be your parade lap, ladies and gentlemen, so get on your feet and make some noise for these drivers. Your ninth starter hails from Minden, Louisiana, in the Mako Oilfield Supply number 11C. That is Jeff Chandler. And to the outside from Alexandria, Louisiana, in the Wise Arms LLC First-Class Septic Blackout Power Rocket XR1 by Litton number 6X of Rob Litton. Brandon Ball, Chad DuPont, Caleb Dillard, Tyler Burnett, Jamie Burford, Garrett Gibson, Rick Duke, Dalton Patrick, Barron Prince, Wyatt Wilkerson. Let's go dancing for the Battle of Boothill. Green flag waves, and David Winslet will lead the field through 1 and 2 on the outside. Little Robbie Starnes on the inside in the 25 machine. David Winslet out of turn number 4. He'll lead lap number 1, but problems for the 15 of Clayton Stuckey. He's off the pace, and that will bring out the first caution. Clayton Stuckey will actually pull it into the infield. We will stay green. David Winslet, your race leader. Robbie Starnes in second. The Catman John Mitchell in the third spot, with Tony Lindsay and Kevin Sitton rounding out your top 5. Unfortunate break for the 15 of Clayton Stuckey. Had a good starting spot, but right off the back had some problems. David Winslet has been dominant here at the Hill this season. 4 wins on the year, looking for a 5th one, and the biggest of them yet. David Winslet, Little Robbie Starnes, John Mitchell, Tony Lindsay, Kevin Sitton, Corey Neal Jr., Garen Lindsay, Jeff Chandler, Rob Litton, and Tyler Burnett is your top 10. Problems now for the 6D of Rick Duke. He'll pull it into the infield, and his night is done. Caleb Dillard and Chad DuPont are side by side for the 11th spot. DuPont has it out of turn number 2, moving ahead of the Robaline Rocket. The Farmerville Freight Train, the B-17 of Brandon Ball right behind the 18 of Dillard. The 19 of Jamie Burford back there as well from Keachai, Louisiana, the defending track champion, toward the back of the pack. David Winslet leading the field out front with an over a half straightaway advantage already in the early going for the 21 Yard Services entry of David Winslet. Here comes Garen Lindsay now to the inside of Corey Neal Jr. He'll move into the 6th spot. Cars beginning to favor the bottom side of the speedway. We'll see if anything starts to build up around the top later on in the feature race. It will be a long one, 35 laps. And now the 57 of Chad DuPont is into the infield. His night comes to a close. We've got a caution flag, and it looks to be Tyler Burnett, I believe, at the top of turn number 1, the 51 machine. He was running in the 10th spot, and he's got a problem that looks like it might end his night. For all of your accounting, bookkeeping, and tax needs, Fraser Accounting has you covered. Fraser Accounting also has over 25 years of QuickBooks experience and provides training and consulting on it. Give Heather Fraser a call at 318-588-8811. That's 318-588-8811. Shout out to Fraser Accounting, the title sponsor of the Crate Late Models. We have 9 laps complete. 26 laps to go for the 21 of David Winslet. He's got 4 wins on the year here at Boothill Speedway this season. 4 wins in 7 starts. Lights are out. Here we go. '25 of Robbie Starnes able to get into the back of David Winslet just a little bit, and here comes Tony Lindsay making some contact with Starnes. He'll slide into the 3rd spot as Catman John Mitchell rolls around the outside into 2nd. Winslet, Mitchell, Lindsay, Starnes, and Sitton. Mitchell will tap the wall down the back stretch. Throw some sparks out there. Corey Neal Jr. in 6th. Garen Lindsay in 7th. 8th is Rob Litton. 9th is Jeff Chandler. And Brandon Ball rounding out the top 10. Here comes Tony Lindsay looking to the inside of John Mitchell. Can't make the pass there. Winslet continues to lead the race. John Mitchell looking strong in the 5, and it looks like the top shelf might be coming in here momentarily. Now the 5 washes up at the exit of turn number 2. The 485 of Tony Lindsay takes a peek but cannot get by. Right behind your top 3, there's a trio of Houston area natives. 25 of Robbie Starnes, Kevin sitting in the 1, and the 71 of Corey Neal Jr. '21 of David Winslet has company now. The 5 of John Mitchell setting his sights on Winslet for the race lead. 15 laps gone, now 20 laps to go. Mitchell testing the outside. Each time he does, the 485 slips right there even off the exit of 2. Tony Lindsay still trying to get by John Mitchell on the inside, and they're both trying to track down the 21 of David Winslet. The 71 of Corey Neal Jr. now working his way up to the 4th spot. He has passed a lot of cars here this evening after being disqualified from his qualifying effort, being light at the scales after time trials. He had to start at the back of the heat race and went from 8th to 2nd. And now he's up to 4th in the feature race. We're halfway home, 18 laps down. .485 of Tony Lindsay slips up at the exit of 2. Here comes Corey Neal Jr. to the inside. They're wheel to wheel for the 3rd spot. And Neal's got it out of turn number 4. Corey Neal Jr. is moving on up and fast in the 71. David Winslet continues to lead. He's led the whole way thus far. This time by, it'll be 15 laps to go. John Mitchell, Corey Neal Jr., Tony Lindsay, and Robbie Starnes is your top 5. Garen Lindsay, Kevin Sitton, Rob Litton, Jeff Chandler, and Brandon Ball rounding out your top 10. Caleb Dillard, Garrett Gibson, Jamie Burford, Wyatt Wilkerson, Dalton Patrick, and Barron Prince is your field. And now problems for the 485 of Tony Lindsay. He was running in the 4th spot, and he's off the pace into the infield. The 5 car of John Mitchell sizing up the 21 of David Winslet. You have to wonder if the late model experience by the Catman is going to help. And just as I say that, John Mitchell off the pace and sideways right in front of Corey Neal Jr. Not sure what just happened there, but a caution flag is warranted for the 5 of John Mitchell. .22 laps down and 13 laps to go. Your 2nd place runner with a problem coming out of turn number 2 and stopped on the back stretch, bringing out the caution flag. I believe the 71 of Corey Neal Jr. will get his spot back, which was 3rd, and will now be 2nd. Not sure if the Catman can continue in the 5 machine. Lights go dark. We have 22 laps down and 13 laps to go. David Winslet has led the way thus far. We're going green flag racing out of turn number 4. Green flag waving. Winslet sails through 1 and 2. Down on the very bottom side of the Speedway. That's the fastest way around Boothill Speedway tonight in the Battle of Boothill. Corey Neal Jr. He's in the second spot with little Robbie Starnes in third, Garen Lindsay and Rob Litton rounding out your top 5. Caleb Dillard, Kevin Sitton, Jamie Burford, and we got a problem on the front stretch. Lots of cars together. That'll be a caution flag. Brandon Ball involved with Baron Prince, Jeff Chandler, and Dalton Patrick able to squeeze by in the DP21. We were able to get 2 laps on that last restart, so we got 24 laps down and 11 laps to go. Some mangled up race cars, though, after what just took place on the front stretch. Lights are out, 11 laps to go for David Winslet. Corey Neal Jr. in the 71, he's in second. Little Robbie Starnes in third, Garen Lindsay fourth, Rob Litton rounding out the top 5. Caleb Dillard, Kevin Sitton, Jamie Burford, Garrett Gibson, Wyatt Wilkerson, Dalton Patrick, Brandon Ball, and Baron Prince. Here we go out of turn number 4. Flagman Keith Parker's got the green in his hand and he's waving it. Here we go. Winslet continues to lead, 10 laps to go this time. Jamie Burford has made his way pretty well through the pack in the 19 machine. Caleb Dillard has done so as well. There's a $150 Hard Charger Award presented by P&W Sales. I'd like to thank them for their contribution to the Battle of Boothill. Top 2 cars look to be breaking out from the 25 of Robbie Starnes. Starnes with a good run through 1 and 2, though. He's going to pull back close to the 71 of Corey Neal Jr., the youngster out of Bridge City, Texas. Here comes Starnes to the inside of Neal. Down the backstretch into 3 and 4. Starnes with a peek to the inside, but can't make anything happen. David Winslet, Corey Neal Jr. stalking the 21. Down the backstretch and into 3 and 4. 5 laps to go this time. There's a handful left. Winslet on the bottom. Corey Neal Jr. rides right behind him, trying to set up the 21 of David Winslet. Robbie Starnes in the third spot. Garrett Lindsay fourth, Rob Litton in fifth. Here comes Corey Neal Jr. He's got a good run down the backstretch. Looking toward the middle of the Speedway this time through 3 and 4. 3 laps to go. Neal right behind David Winslet. He can tap him if he wants to. Down the backstretch into 3 and 4. There's 2 laps left. This time we've got a white flag, we've got a checkered flag, we've got a battle for the race lead and $3,000 on the line. Corey Neal Jr. flirting with the tractor tires down on the bottom side of the Speedway. Robbie Starnes still in striking distance, but I believe we got a 2-car battle. White flag is in the air. 1 lap to go for David Winslet. He leads the field into 1 and 2. Corey Neal Jr. tries to peek to the outside and cut to the inside. Here he comes down the back straightaway to the inside of him. He's going to pace behind through 3 and 4. Out at turn number 4. David Winslet leads flag to flag and wins the battle of Boothill. Corey Neal Jr. second place. Robbie Starnes in third. Garrett Lindsay in fourth. And Rob Litton rounding out the top 5. Make some noise for your feature winner, David Winslet takes the crown at the Battle of Boothill. Well, David, man, I don't even know what to ask you. I'm speechless, so I know you are as well.
Oh, yeah. I about give it away when we had the caution with 9 in. I hit the skidder tire down here, and it folded the nose into the ground, and I couldn't steer in the center. So I was like, well, I'll just stay on this bottom and hope everything happens, and everything went my way.
All right, well, let's hear about everybody who helps you out.
My dad, yard services, my wife and son. He decided to stay home at the last minute today. He's gonna be mad. Jeff Ashlock, Allen's Automotive, Harmon's Towing, Payroll Bucking Bulls, Amsoil, Zach Newsom, Little Works in Progress, Stuckey Enterprises, 10M, J&J Motorsports, Harold's Transmissions. I hope I'm not forgetting somebody. Tyler Green Trucking. I mean, they all help. It's been important. Like I said, Jeff's here working his butt off every night. My buddy James is back there somewhere. He's been working hard. It's been a big deal going forward right here.
All right, man. Well, you got 5 out of the last 6 races. You ended up right here at ABC Auto Parts Victory Lane, and you ended up with the big one, $3K in the back pocket. What now?
Keep digging. It's kind of been in the back of my mind, but I said before, if we win races, the points deal will take care of itself. There's the track points, and there's one bigger than that. I'd love to win that one.
All right, make some noise for him one more time. He wins the Battle of Boothill, David Winslet. Folks, if you're headed out, we thank you so much for joining us here tonight at Boothill Speedway. We'll be back in action next Saturday night for the Advanced Powder Coating Weekly Racing Series. All the same classes will be in action. Drive home safely. For those of y'all who are thinking about it, we still got 3 races left. You might not want to leave just yet. All right, here is your Pro Mod feature race. On the pole from Morgansport, Louisiana, in the Arclatex Sheet Metal, Arclatex Oil Tools, Cook's Carpet Cleaning and Flooring, Larry Shaw Chassis, number 43J of BJ Cook. To the outside from DeBerry, Texas, in the David Hood Construction, Twin City Towing, Ray Ingalls Racing, IRP Race Cars, number Lazy 8 is Chase Hatton. To the inside of row number 2, out of Shreveport, the defending track champion in the Arclatex Sheet Metal, McDonald's Superior Graphics Cam Chassis, number 27 of Mike Washburn. William Brooks in the B99 out of Carthage, Texas, followed by Jacob Toomey, John Locke, Josh Warren, Glenn Lindsay, Carl Lindsay, Dakota Tutt, Julianne Whitney, Bubba Thomas, Milton Braun, Trent Humphrey, and Justin Jones. 20 laps for the Pro Mods. Here we go. BJ Cook out to the early race lead with Mike Washburn in the second spot. Looks like a problem for the Lazy 8 of Chase Hatton. Had an issue in the limited modifieds as well. And looks like his Pro Mod feature will come to a close early. He's off the pace and into the infield. We will stay green flag racing. BJ Cook out front, Mike Washburn in the second spot. BJ Cook, Mike Washburn, Josh Warren, Jacob Toomey, and William Brooks, your top 5. Looks like now there's a problem for the G25 of Glenn Lindsay, and Milton Braun gets acquainted with the tractor tire in the middle of 1 and 2. Caution flag waving. We've got 3 laps down and 17 laps remaining. B.J. Cook is your race leader in the 43J. Father-in-law Mike Washburn right behind with Josh Warren in the 3rd spot. Cook leads the field down the back straightaway. Washburn, Warren, Toomey, and Brooks is your top 5. Here comes Carl Lindsay to the inside of Brooks. Now he's going to take the 5th spot away, and he's going to bring Trent Humphrey with him. Up to 7th after starting 14th, and now he's going to slide his way into 6th. The 5:15 of Trent Humphrey is on the move. B.J. Cook looking awfully strong with a 4-car length advantage over the 27 of Mike Washburn. Still Josh Warren, Jacob Toomey, and Carl Lindsay rounding out the top 5, but Trent Humphrey trying to make his way into a top 5 spot in the 5:15. William Brooks, John Locke, Julianne Whitney, Dakota Tutt, Bubba Thomas, Justin Jones, and Milton Braun rounding out your field. Here comes Trent Humphrey to the inside of Carl Lindsay. Now battling for 5th. Out of turn 4, Humphrey's got it. Humphrey, the only driver still on the Speedway here tonight that has won a Pro Mod feature this season at the Hill. Lap traffic may soon become a factor. The 99 of Milton Braun being gained upon by the 43J of B.J. Cook, your race leader. Keith Parker will warn him with the blue and yellow flag. Race leader is on his way to you, Milton Braun. And here he comes to the inside of Braun. He'll dispose of him. Milton Braun now 1 lap down. We're halfway home this time by 10 laps complete and 10 laps remaining for B.J. Cook. No change in the top 5 in the recent laps. Carl Lindsay in 6th, William Brooks in 7th, 8th is John Locke, 9th is Julianne Whitney, and rounding out the top 10 is Dakota Tutt. Mike Washburn might be gaining on the 43J of B.J. Cook. Trent Humphrey gaining on the T11 of Jacob Toomey, trying to make his way into the 4th spot. And the T8 of Bubba Thomas spins right in front of your race leader. Caution flag coming out, no harm done. But with 13 laps down and 7 laps to go, we will have a restart. Lights are out with 13 laps complete, 7 laps to go. BJ Cook has led the whole way thus far. Green flag in the air. Here comes Trent Humphrey around the outside of Jacob Toomey, battling for 4th. Toomey not giving up on the inside, but it won't be enough down the back straightaway and into turn number 3. Now problems for Carl Lindsay. He's off the pace in the 27L. of Carl Lindsay going to try to hobble off the Speedway. He'll continue rolling on the Speedway, but off the pace. Now he's into the infield. BJ Cook continues to lead. Josh Warren in 2nd, Mike Washburn 3rd, Trent Humphrey in 4th, and Jacob Toomey rounding out the top 5. Trent Humphrey gets a little bit too high through 1 and 2. That's going to allow Jacob Toomey back around the inside. Toomey now back to 4th with 2 laps to go for BJ Cook. Josh Warren in 2nd, Mike Washburn in 3rd, Jacob Toomey 4th, and Trent Humphrey in 5th. White flag coming out this time for BJ Cook. Does Josh Warren have anything up his sleeve for the 43J? White flags in the air. 1 lap to go. BJ Cook rolls down through the bottom of 1 and 2, off of 2, and down the back straightaway into 3 and 4 for the final time. Coming to grab his first win of the season. BJ Cook wins the Pro Mod feature in the 43J. Josh Warren comes home 2nd, 3rd is Mike Washburn, 4th Jacob Toomey, and Trent Humphrey will round out the top 5. Make some noise for your feature winner, BJ Cook. Gets it done in the Pro Mods. All right, guys. Well, we got a first-time winner ever. BJ Cook parks it in ABC Auto Parts victory lane with the 43J Pro Mod. Make some noise for him. BJ, I know it's been a long time coming. You've been fast for a while, and you've been very consistently in the top 5. But to finally park it in victory lane, it's got to mean something special to you, especially to do it here at Boothill.
Yeah, it does.
Hey, these interviews, they get easier for me and you. So let's hear about everybody who helps you out.
Mike, my fiance, my son, Justin, Timothy, wherever he went, and that's my dad, and that's about it.
All right, well, what's the plan for the rest of the year? You going to keep hitting here in Vivian whenever they swap you back and forth?
Yeah.
All right, make some noise for him one more time. First-time feature winner, BJ Cook in the 43J. Up next will be the front-wheel drive 4 cylinders for their A feature. On the pole from Houghton, Louisiana, in the XL Tax Services Rights Towing Service, James Martin Building, DuPont Auto Service number 05 of Luke DuPont. On the outside from Blanchard, Louisiana, aboard the Amsoil DuPont Auto Service, TJ's Trucking number 25 of Hunter Armstrong. Your third starter is from New Boston, Texas, in the Redbone Magic Brewing Company, Sling Blade Axe Throwing Company, Hunt and Jay's Lawn Care 54 Motorsports, number 72K of Kayla Strom. From Stonewall, Louisiana, driving the F5 is Ben McDuff. And from Benton, Louisiana, in the Fast Fix Dent Repair Cajun Craze, Adams Auto Body, Easy One Racing Engines, number 46 of Jackson Gallagher. From Mesquite, Texas, driving the C73, a former USRA national champion, it's Daniel Thompson. Into the inside of row number 4 from Houghton, Louisiana, the one of Dylan Neal. Out of Vivian, Louisiana, driving the Hitman Designs, number 21, that is Amanda Cook. And to the inside of the next row, from Lindale, Texas, in the Pampered Chef Harris Adjusting Team, J&D Enterprises Hometown Auction number 00 of John Harris. To the outside from Karnak, Texas, the 814 is going to be David Tollison. And your final starter from Shreveport in the Outlaw Transmission Golf Cart Palace Edward Rice Parts Peddling DuPont Auto Service number 06 of Jack DuPont. We're going 12 laps in distance for the front-wheel drive 4 cylinders for their A feature race. Lights are out, we're going green. Luke DuPont, Hunter Armstrong, Kayla Strom, Ben McDuff, Jackson Gallagher, Daniel Thompson, Dylan Neal, Amanda Cook, John Harris, David Tollison, and Jack DuPont. Green flag flying for the 05 and the 25. Looks like Jack DuPont was intent to just start and park tonight in that 06 machine. He'll pull it into the pits. The 05 of Luke DuPont will lead the field through 1 and 2. Hunter Armstrong in second. Ben McDuff around Kayla Strom for the third spot. Ben McDuff picked up his first career win last night at Sabine Speedway. Jackson Gallagher won his first career race this season, as well as the 25 of Hunter Armstrong. A lot of great up-and-coming racers in this division. Luke DuPont, the 05, with about a 5-car length advantage over his teammate Hunter Armstrong. Those two cars have broken out from the rest of the pack. Jackson Gallagher in the third spot in the 46. DuPont, Armstrong, Gallagher, McDuff, and Strom, your top 5 with Thompson, Neal, Cook, and Tollison rounding out the field. Looks like Dylan Neal now going to pull into the infield in the 1 machine. His night is done. Halfway home, 6 laps down and 6 to go for the front-wheel drive 4 cylinders. The 814 of David Tollison, warned by flagman Keith Parker that the race leader Luke DuPont is coming up fast. He's going to go around the high side of David Tollison and put him a lap down. Luke DuPont continues to extend the race lead over Hunter Armstrong. Looks like it'll be 2 laps to go this time by for the 05 of Luke DuPont. DuPont going to look to the inside of Amanda Cook and put her a lap down. White flag in the air. 1 lap to go. Off of turn number 2 and down the back straightaway. Into 3 and 4. He took the lead at the very beginning of the race. He never looked back, and he dominated here tonight at the hill. Luke DuPont wins the front-wheel drive 4 cylinders. Hunter Armstrong will finish in the 2nd spot. 3rd place will be Jackson Gallagher. 4th at the line, it's going to be Ben McDuff and Kayla Strom rounding out the top 5. How about a round of applause? Excuse me, I'm sorry, y'all. How about a round of applause for the 05 of Luke DuPont? All right, Luke, well, good job tonight, man. Hunter finished in the 2nd spot. What was wrong with Jack's car?
I don't know. Maybe our mechanic.
He was probably just scared, though, really. I mean, you were so fast.
Yeah, when the track's black, my car's it's just real good. But other than that, it ain't real great.
All right, well, the wins keep ticking off. You thinking about moving up anytime soon?
I don't know, probably not. Yeah, we just built a new car for front-wheel drive, so.
Okay. No problem with that. We like ended up in victory lane, don't we?
Yes, sir.
All right, well, let's hear about everybody who helps you get here.
I want to thank God, my parents, DuPont Auto Services, Outlaw Transmission, Wright's Towing, Thompson Motorsports, XL Tax Services, James Barton Building and Construction, and Wright's Towing. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, well, y'all are getting better at this interview thing.
Yeah, I got practice.
That's right. Well, you know, BJ Cook, he won the Pro Mod race just a little bit ago, and he was like y'all were when you first started. You know, it's yes, no, yeah. But anyway, you got anything else to say?
Nothing I can think of.
All right, y'all make some noise for your future winner, Luke DuPont in the 05 for the front-wheel drive 4 cylinders. All right, folks, here's the last race of the night. The Sportsters on the pole in the JRP Hitman Designs Cajun Strong number XXX. That's Brittany Graham. John McCune driving the Camus Electric number 194. And in the Jeff Zimmerman Racing number 49 is Chad Porter. We're going 10 laps and distance for the Sportsters. Green flag flying for Brittany Graham and John McCune. Contact made between Chad Porter and McCune for the second spot. Porter's got it, and they'll roll down the back straightaway. Graham will lead the field into 3 and 4 on the first of this 10-lap race. John McCune back to the inside of Chad Porter. They're side by side down the front stretch into turn number 1. McCune going to take the line away from Porter. Porter will lose some ground there. And we'll settle in the third spot for just a moment. XXX of Brittany Graham looking strong out front. 2 wins on the year so far, trying to pick up her third. John McCune been getting better and better each and every week in that 194 Camus Electric Bogus Racing Summer Grove Auto Care machine. Chad Porter has made some leaps and bounds in progress as well in the 49. John McCune looks like he might be reeling in Brittany Graham for the race lead. They roll down the back straightaway. John McCune right on the back bumper of Brittany Graham for the race lead. They'll roll off at turn number 2. McCune looking for a run down the back stretch. Half car length advantage over between the two. Brittany Graham still leading the race. We're halfway home. 5 laps down and 5 to go. Here comes John McCune to the inside. Trying to go wheel to wheel with Brittany Graham, but thus far cannot pull even. Down the back stretch into 3 and 4. The 194 down on the bottom side of the speedway. Brittany Graham rolls through the middle in that truck. Graham will slide up just a little bit at the exit of 2, opening the door for the 194. Here he comes to the inside. John McCune, contact made for the race lead, and McCune's got it coming out of turn number 4. Here comes Brittany Graham right back at him for the race lead. Graham not able to connect with the 194, and she'll go around in 1 and 2. She'll keep it rolling. We'll stay green. And our 3 cars are on opposite parts of the speedway. 2 laps to go for John McCune. Brittany Graham in the second spot, gets the 2 to go signal. White flag will come out this time. 1 lap to go for John McCune. Into 1 and 2, down on the bottom side of the speedway, off at turn 2, down the back straightaway, into 3 and 4 for the final time of the night. Coming around to grab his first career victory, make some noise. John McCune takes the win in the Sportsters.
Yeah, motherfucker, that's some bullshit.
Brittany Graham will finish second place, and Chad Porter with some problems at the exit of turn number 2. In the 49 machine. Make some noise for your feature winner, John McCune in the 194. Well, John, another week in the Bogus Racing 194 and some vast improvement yet again. You found yourself an ABC Auto Parts victory lane. Let's talk about that race there for a second. That was a good move to take the lead down in 3 and 4. Take me through that.
Well, I didn't really mean to bump Brittany out the way, but I kept catching her on the inside. I finally just come around. I didn't mean to make contact, but, you know, it seemed to work, so.
All right, well, let's hear about everybody who helps you out on this car and getting out here and getting a chance to race.
All right, Camus Electric and Summer Grove Auto Care. Sean did the wrap, and Bogus Racing.
All right, make some noise for him one more time. John McCune, your Sportster feature winner in the 194. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of